Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, October 18, 2016 meeting of the Edina City Council. Roll call, please, Ms. Mangan.
Member Brindle. Here. Member Staunton.
Here.
Member Stewart.
Here.
Member Swenson.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here. We have in front of us this evening a form of meeting agenda. Is there anyone who wishes to modify the meeting agenda? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the meeting agenda.
Yes, Your Honor, I have one item.
All right.
Item 7C, the public hearing on the variances for Kyle Litwin at 5845 Kellogg. We have a request from the proponent to continue that item 2 weeks to November 1st.
All right. Thank you.
With that change, I'll move the agenda.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as modified. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. The next portion of the agenda is public comment, and we usually have folks from our community that come in with a concern. I think if we had the usual preliminary sort of situation, we have 3 minutes for those folks to make a statement. And what we decided to do tonight was, because we knew that we'd have a lot of interested people here because of the concerns that arose, I think, really globally, based on the incident last Friday, we wanted to make sure that you were all welcome to speak. We're here tonight to listen. And it would normally be in the context of a public hearing we'd have people speak. But tonight we thought, because of this incident that occurred last Friday, that's, excuse me, that has all of us so, I think, so concerned, we wanted to visit with you. Now, in terms of setting the stage, as I mentioned, we'd like to have you have 3 minutes. That's our typical process. And if you need a little bit more time, we'll probably be a little bit more relaxed about that. And the way the system works to help you is that you'll get a green light, and then when you've got 30 seconds left, you'll get an amber light. And I think if we can stick as close to 3 minutes as possible, we'll get as many people talking to us as we can. So, as I mentioned, we're here to hear what you have to say tonight. We know this situation has been very difficult. I think you know the city of Edina has tried to get right on top of this. We had a press release Friday, and then on Sunday, I did one on behalf of the city. And then we contacted the NAACP, as well as some other folks, BCA. We asked if they wanted to conduct an investigation. This afternoon, we learned they did not want to conduct an investigation. But it doesn't deter us from wanting to hear from all of you, because we know you have concerns about how Mr. Thomas was treated. So, you know, I thought about, well, how else could I talk about this in sort of a predicate way, sort of a way to kick us off? And Sunday night, I ended up over at my church, Edina Community Lutheran, that has a sister church relationship with Redeemer up in the north side. And all those folks had the same sorts of concerns, I think, that all you had. And we had a wonderful conversation over about a 2-hour period on this very issue. And we could all argue about the facts, you know, what was done right, what was done wrong. But we know from our experience here that there are multiple voices, and there are multiple truths, and they're all right. And so we want to, what our goal is to get to the point where we can have a discussion about what happened on Friday. We think that's very, very important, because we know we can do better as a community. We know our officer followed the protocol that he has established, that he followed the book. But nonetheless, when you see the videotape, regardless of who you are, it's disconcerting. And so I think one of the things that we'll be doing, as you probably noticed in that Sunday press release, is that we're going to start some kind of a dialogue, and not only in our community, but we're going to welcome others in as well. Because our community, as you know, is only 10% diverse. So we've got a lot of smart people in our town that can help give us some guidance on how to treat people with respect. If you're in the criminal justice system, you know, we want to make sure that people are treated with the appropriate level of respect, but we also want to respect the safety of the officers. And one thing we can't deny here is that Officer Olson maintained his calm, and we didn't have a little situation turn into a really bad situation like has happened so many places in the world, because there was a lot of calmness in Detective Olson. And what happened at the end of the day, the end of the story was, if the videotape represented the middle of the story, the end of the story was that this 45-minute experience ended in us engaging in some small human decencies. We took him to the mall. We didn't take him to jail. We dismissed the citations against him on Sunday, another decency. And so we're working hard at this, excuse me, at this. And I think our police officers, too, are thinking, well, we want to make sure that people come to our town and feel like they're treated with respect. And this incident, we don't want to see repeated. So let's have a conversation. Having said that, let's have a conversation about what folks are thinking about and have concern about. And if you want to come up, we'd love to have you. One more comment. We have a lot of public hearings in here, and we've been, if we can maintain a really respectful environment, it goes a long way towards getting all of us where we want to go in this process of making us a better town, making all of us a better people, making all of us get along well together, because that should be our goal. I don't know how we're going to overcome this fear well, never mind. Well, let's hear from you folks. And I think, ma'am, you were first. If you want to give us your name and address, we'd really appreciate that if you could follow that so we can create a good record. Thank you.
My name is Catherine Jones. I live at 4336 4th Avenue South in Minneapolis. I am the second vice president of the Minneapolis NAACP, and I come here tonight with great concern about what happened to Mr. Thomas last week. When I first saw the video, I was absolutely disgusted at the way that Mr. Thomas was treated like an animal, grabbing the back of his coat in such a manner for someone, from my opinion, had his civil rights violated. I think that what the police officer, Lieutenant Olson, did was absolutely disgusting. I am hoping that you will change your mind and that he will be suspended. I think Mr. Olson knew exactly what he was doing, and I think the kind gestures that you referred to earlier were merely because Mr. Olson realized that he had been taped and that what he did was wrong.
Folks, let's try to maintain a respectful environment here for everybody. There's going to be a lot of folks in here with a lot of different views on this thing, so let's respect everybody's view. Thank you.
And I would also like to be respected in my 3 minutes, and I wouldn't want to be interrupted. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Mr. Olson portrayed a very, in my opinion, prejudiced behavior towards a black man walking down the street in Edina. Lieutenant Olson didn't like the way he looked. He didn't like what he had on. He didn't like the way he was walking. He didn't like the color of his skin, and that's exactly why he treated him the way he did. My foster father lives here in Edina, and that's not the way that I was raised. I don't think my dad would be treated that way walking down the street. And I don't expect anyone, and especially a person of color, to ever be treated in this manner in this city again. Please send a loud, clear message to your police department that we will not tolerate this type of behavior. We will continue to come back, but we expect discipline for Lieutenant Olson. Enough is enough. This type of behavior is absolutely unacceptable. You can say what you want. You can sugarcoat the story by saying we didn't see the whole video. I think every single person in here that's a decent human being knows exactly what happened to Mr. Thomas was wrong. Like I said before, I don't ever want to see this happen to another black, brown body in this city again. Enough is enough.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Oh, yes, sir. Sorry.
Not a problem.
We'll alternate here.
My name is Ron Easton. I live at 1500 Galvin, West St. Paul, Minnesota, 55118. I've been a resident of the state of Minnesota for 45 years. But being a child of the South, I'm very well acquainted with heavy-handed police tactics. And what I saw on that video was nothing short of heavy-handed. The man was accosted. You let that man go. You took him to the mall, which is all well and good. But what are you as a city going to do to repair his dignity? You have a young man that is in the prime of his life, living life, walking down the street, headphones on, not bothering anybody. At best, it was jaywalking, but there was a construction zone, so you can't even say it was jaywalking. And I guarantee you that if a young, white, blonde-headed kid in the same situation did the same thing, there's no way on God's green earth he would have been grabbed like that. My advice to you as a city would be, number one, I think you have it on your agenda for 10 Lear rifles, and I'm not sure what that is, but if this is the same thing as a FLIR helicopter, take that money and retrain your officers. It's clear by Lieutenant Olson's actions that he has not been trained in how to de-escalate a situation. It is clear just by the makeup of the Edina Police Department that you do not represent the 10% people of color that live in this neighborhood. So in order to enforce the laws, understand something, that we as people of color will not be manhandled anymore. We will not be treated any different than any other person on the face of this earth. And what that lieutenant did not only put a black eye on himself, but every law enforcement officer across the state of Minnesota. I have a high regard for law enforcement, as anybody that knows me will tell you. And there are a lot of good cops out here trying to do the job with dignity and distinction. I'm afraid to say that Lieutenant Olson is not one of them.
Thank you, Mr. Easton.
Hello, my name is Rick. I am a resident of Edina. I am a platinum recording artist. I performed on Thursday at the Prince Tribute.
Rick, could we get your last name and address too, please?
If possible, I mean, being a platinum recording artist, I'm willing to give it to someone privately.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, I'm a resident of Edina. And it's like, I done been to Korea, I done been to Baghdad, I've been bombed in Baghdad, performing for the troops, giving the troops a piece of, a piece of home. And I've been in a lot of places and I have no fear, but living in Edina, I feel like I have to, just to go for a walk, because I live in a, there's like $2 million houses in my neighborhood. I feel like I have to let someone know that I'm going for a walk. I feel like I have to make sure my videotape is ready, and because anything can happen, and so I have to be prepared. And the gentleman, Mr. Thomas, it could have been me. I've never broken the law before. Like I said, I've done so many things, and I do not expect to be treated like that, and it's just unacceptable, and something has to be done, because I shouldn't have to have my Facebook ready to go live, worrying about the police. I don't fear them, but I do have some concerns, and hopefully something be done about this.
Thank you, Rick. Welcome, Gabe.
Hi, my name is Gabe Adderholz. I live on 54th Street in Chowan. I'm a nearly lifelong resident of Edina. I also work just a couple blocks from here. Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, I do want to say that you talked about that this situation was handled better. If we're talking about that Mr. Thomas didn't end up shot dead, then yeah, you're right, the situation did end up better, but it's still unacceptable, and we need to do better. I can't walk home from work when I finish over a few blocks away after 11. It's not because there's much crime here. There's very little. We haven't had a murder in over 10 years and 10 years prior to that. It's because I'm worried that someone will call the cops on me because they think that I don't belong, and that I'll end up in the back of a squad car, or worse, shoot first, ask questions later. And I have to tell you that that's very disappointing to me, that I feel like I can't walk around in my neighborhood after dark for that concern, or that I hear the sirens in my community and know that while others may think they're headed to make a situation better, I'm worried that it might get worse. And, you know, I am a big believer in having positive discourse and moving the conversation forward, and that's why I came forward. I'm not here to say anyone here is a bad person. I'm here to say what can we do better, and that's to have courage. On the agenda, you're going to be talking about investing in 10 LEER rifles for the police department, which, according to the manufacturer, hit harder and speak softer than any other law enforcement-specific weapon being deployed. I'm sorry, but that doesn't sound like something a community like ours needs, let alone any community in our country. And so it's going to... And you may tell me that that's going to be used to replace older weapons or modernize. Militaristic weapons do not belong in our police department. And so I say, have the courage to stand up and say no to that request. And let's also have the courage to understand that there are going to have to be tough votes in this council and in future councils that maybe some residents in our city are uncomfortable with, but if we want to improve the police climate and racial climate, we're going to need to move forward. This specific incident with Mr. Thomas, I found troubling because I know there were some sidewalks there, although a lot of construction. Most of Edina doesn't have sidewalks. And I don't know what kind of, I know that there are a lot of residents that are concerned about sidewalks, but we might have to dig deeper and ask questions of, why don't we have more public transportation? Why don't we have more infrastructure for people to commute in this community? And I think that that can come back to, unfortunately, a lot of the isolation and exclusive nature of our city, which I regret. I love this city. I'd love to continue to live here later in my life, but I want us to make some changes. So let's get to work and have the courage to make police reform and combat systemic racism. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabe. Yes, sir.
Hello. How you doing? My name is.
Good evening.
My name is Tito Wilson. I own a small business in Minneapolis at 2124 and a half West Broadway. I'm here to say that black folks are beyond tired of being victimized, brutalized, harassed, criminalized, and in many cases, murdered by the police will be a gross understatement. Okay. Some folks have said, why would Larney Thomas try to pull away from this cop? Why did he curse at the cop? Why didn't he just follow the commands of that cop and everything that happened would not have happened? Well, we say, why was he bothered by this cop in the first place? Why didn't this cop just let Larney Thomas go on about his business? Why did this cop grab and pull him like he was bringing home a runaway slave? If all that wouldn't have happened, then none of it would have happened. I'm so glad this situation didn't turn out like what happened to Philando Castile or Jamar Clark, to which I was a witness of the killing by the Minneapolis police. I watched how the Minneapolis police aggressively handled Jamar Clark, then put a gun to his head and kill him. Then we all watched how the Hennepin County attorney made the police the victims. But they pathologized and dehumanized Jamar Clark. We are happy that all charges were dropped, but Larney Thomas deserves an official apology for how he was treated. And the Edina Police Department needs to adopt a cultural sensitivity policy, along with post and present trauma understanding, and be thoroughly trained on how to see and communicate with people that don't look like them. Every city council person in this room and every white person in this room should be just as sick and tired of seeing these type of interactions between police and black citizens. Are y'all sick and tired? Yeah. As y'all can see, we're not going to stop demanding for justice. We're not going to stop fighting for fair and equitable treatment under and by the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
My name is
Yes, sir.
John Thompson. I live in St. Paul, Minnesota. I'm an employee of St. Paul Public Schools. I came before you today with seriousness, I guess, to say, unfortunately, I just came back from Chicago Sunday. I buried my mother on Sunday. But for my mother, I lost a good friend who I work with. You guys know Philando Castillo. I worked with Philando for the past 9 years. So I lost a lot. I lost my brother. You know, I lost a lot this year. But I traveled from St. Paul, still mourning my mother, still mourning Philando, to Edina, just to let you know that that guy could have easily been Philando. Let's say that. And then I heard you say that the officer followed protocol. You need to change protocol. And then I said, let's have this courageous conversation. Let's talk about the backyard cavity searches, the back alley cavity searches. Let's be courageous and talk about that, because that happens in Edina, that happens in St. Paul, that happens in Falcon Heights, that happens in St. Anthony. Let's be courageous. Let's talk about the racial profiling that goes on. Oh yes, I am scared to come through Edina, because you are just like Falcon Heights. You are just like St. Anthony. You're just like Roseville. These little pockets have these cops who have a vendetta against black men. That could have easily been Philando. And you would have sat here, Mayor, with all due respect, and said the cop followed protocol. I can't come through Edina and get on my knees. Hands in the air. Lay down. I'm tired of that. Lay down on your stomach. I'm tired of that. That's what I came here to talk about in Edina, in Falcon Heights, in St. Anthony, Roseville, St. Paul, Minneapolis, Eagan, North St. Paul. The Department of Justice needs to come to do this whole state. Not just you. That cop was recorded by somebody of his same color. Therefore, there was no take him to jail and charge. He would have been charged with disorderly conduct had he not been recorded, Mayor. You don't know that because you can't be in every police car. So I'm telling you, because I've been that guy. I've been that guy. I lost my friend to a cop that murdered him. And I still got 90% of the people saying that he should have followed the cops. He did follow the cops' directions. He did. He's dead. And I got half of the city talking about body cameras. Rodney King was on camera. Rodney King was on camera. You know how many years Rodney King got stomped out by the police and all the cops got away with it? We're still here right now today, Mayor. I'm going to come here. I'm going to come to Falcon Heights. I'm going to come to Minneapolis, St. Paul. Philando did not die in vain. He did not die in vain. He was murdered. That guy could have easily been murdered. For you, Police Chief Nelson, Mayor, you two, for you guys to say that was protocol, grabbing me like this is not protocol. Why are you grabbing me like this and I'm just walking down the street? That's not protocol. That's harassing me. I'm a human being. I'm a human being. This is not protocol. That's protocol. I'd rather you put me in handcuffs than to humiliate me in front of people like I don't pay good money for my clothes. That's right. That's not protocol. And you're going to throw a little sugar on it by telling me you dropped me off at the mall? You should not have been touching me in the first place. I don't want to go over my minutes, but I wanted to have this courageous conversation with you because you said we can conversate. And I appreciate you having me. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We just need to let that one sit for a little bit. Amen. I'm Pastor Danny Givens Jr., the clergy liaison with Black Lives Matter Minneapolis. My address is 732 Holly, St. Paul, Minnesota, 55104. I'm here to talk to you, Mayor Hogan, about the history of this beautiful city we got out here. I used to shop at Belly Sons, which is a customized men's apparel shop right on 50th and France. You're shaking your head. You're probably surprised I shopped there, but I did when I was there. But I used to fear getting off of Highway 100. I used to fear getting off of 62 to get off on 50th and come down, or to get off on France and come down to 50th to go shopping here, because I knew if I came through here with my hat backwards just like I am, you would never think, one, that I was a taxpayer, two, that I know what Belly Sons is, and three, that I'm a man of God. But I just want to tell you something about this great city that you live in. This great city was founded with the help of 17 black families. In the late 1800s and the early 1900s, Beverly Claiborne Yancey should be a name that should be very familiar to you all. Beverly Claiborne Yancey and his wife, Ellen Yancey, were two model and pillar citizens in this community. Matter of fact, we should take our shoes off in this particular building because their farm, their land actually sits right here where we are. So we're on sacred land for our people out here, but our people aren't viewed and treated as sacred people. And we saw our people then forced out of Edina with covenanting contracts signed by all homeowners who bought homes back then that they wouldn't sell their homes to blacks or people of color. Black flight began in this city in the 1930s, according to what the records say. But black flight began in this city the moment Beverly Claiborne Yancey decided to take a stance. And so I'm here in the spirit of the brother that y'all brutalized, saying that I think we need to rethink this in a very real and serious way. And I petitioned this city council to change the name of this street and this building to Beverly and Ellen Yancey, in honor of our people who put in work for y'all to be where y'all are with these nice ties and suits on.
Thank you, Pastor Dillon. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Carol Overland. I'm an attorney sworn to uphold the Constitution. I grew up about half a mile away from here, 6041 Oliver. I now live in Red Wing, Minnesota, but I came up here because it is so important that, like, I come here as an older woman of white privilege, and I am appalled this is happening, and I think everyone else in this room who is white has the obligation to dig into this and not let this slide by. That this is protocol? No, this is not protocol. Show me the protocol. That's right. And if you can show me protocol that this incident and arrest occurred under, well, it's got to be changed. But I don't think you've got protocol that covers this. I think that at least, the very least, Lieutenant Olson should be suspended and investigated. And in addition, what's a lieutenant doing? Hauling somebody off the street? Completely inappropriate. Why? What was he looking for? Why was he doing this? And then he got on the radio and someone else in plain clothes came out. These weren't street cops. What's a lieutenant doing this? That can't be protocol. I don't buy that. Anyway, so I urge you to take a very serious look at this. You know, when I was born over, in Minneapolis, there were the restrictive covenants, Richfield and Edina. It's not acceptable. They haven't really gone away. And Edina needs to take a hard look at that. And I urge you to do that. It's fortunate, I think, that this was on videotape. I hate to think what would have happened had it not been taped. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mel Reeves. I live 1041 James Avenue North in Minneapolis. Let me start by saying I was a little appalled by the fact when I look around, in fact, when we parked the car, there were 2 police officers there and a highway patrolman, and there are 3 cops here. Yeah, I would go as far as to say that we're not the criminals. We're not here. It wasn't us that acted like criminals. We're here because of the criminal behavior of your police department. And I'm offended by the fact that you've got all these cops around you, but you say you want us to talk. When I want to talk, I leave the guns at home. Let me start off by saying that I don't have any illusions about what, if anything, the city of Edina is going to do to rectify this situation, this grave wrong that was committed. I think it's ironic that Lieutenant Olson continued to tell Mr. Thomas to calm down when in his truth, it was he who disturbed the peace. And the city of Edina is actually continuing to disturb the peace by failing to be contrite and fall on the sword. Instead, they're maintaining a defiant defense of the system that allowed this very offense to occur. See, I think that some things are indefensible. Some things, in fact, are indefensible. The contempt shown, Mr. Thomas, by Officer Olson is absolutely indefensible. The condescension shown by Officer Olson and Thomas is indefensible. The effort to humiliate and harass him was indefensible. Officer Olson grabbed Mr. Thomas as if he was grabbing a dog by the scruff of his neck. That's indefensible.
Yes, yes.
Yet Edina's leadership, the people you elect to take leadership in this city, keeps trying to convince us that it's being contrite, right? And defending the behavior by saying it was protocol and procedure. But you know what? We get it. We get it. It is protocol. It is protocol. Lots of black folks have been stopped in this city just walking down the street. Y'all know it's true. Yes, they have. So we get it. I think at least you told the truth. You didn't mean to, but you kind of told the truth. And I talked to you, Mayor, and I said to you, if I were you, I'd fall on my sword. You all haven't done it. It tells me all I need to know. Right? Because, see, I'm a wordsmith myself, so I looked up protocol. And what it implies is custom. It's the acceptable behavior, the standard, the thing that you do. So this was no exception. They were right. This was protocol. This was procedure, right? So I think that you do owe us an apology. You owe that young man an apology, and you owe us an apology. Now, not to apologize tells us all we need to know about you, right? You can't stand behind, and you have to punish Officer Olson. You can't stand behind the idea that he was following procedure. If he's following procedure, that means this is an immoral body. If that was procedure, this is, you heard what I said, an immoral body. That's what this is. Because if that's the procedure of the city of Edina, shame on you. So the procedure is to treat human beings if they're less than human beings. That's your procedure? Shame on you. Shame on you. And don't look at us like we're crazy, because we didn't do anything wrong. Right? We're here. I didn't want to be here. Most of y'all didn't want to be here, did you? There's better stuff to do today than to come and tell the city of Edina how to behave like human beings. That's what this is about. You don't need any training. We don't need to train about implicit bias. When you see a person with 2 eyes and a lip and a nose, 2 arms, right, opposing thumbs, legs, that's a human being. And you treat them like a human being. And so if you're serious, if you really want us to respect you, if we want to go forward, because we can't get forward. Can't go forward without some reconciliation. You got to do something. You can't write statements. You can't get here talking. You got to do something. You got to get Lieutenant Olson on the phone, and you got to say to Lieutenant Olson, stay home tomorrow. Yeah. Justice demands that something be done here. You can't tell us, and you can't smooth it over. The NAACP gave you some demands. I got them. I copied them down. And then you said that they said to you, listen, we want an inquiry. What do? You said we're not going to use our police department, but you go to the cousins. That's right, the cousins. Who do you think the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are? They're not much different than the cops, right? What you should have done, if you're serious and honest and sincere, you'd have got a panel of independent citizens from this city and our city, right, to look upon him. But no, you didn't do that. So I'm here to say, you guys have got, this is a nice show that you guys have put on, right? This really is. But you clearly don't mean it because they asked you for an apology and you refused to do it. You hid behind apology. But justice demands that you guys do something. Otherwise, stop wasting our time. And we know what to do, don't we? If y'all don't do right, we know what to do. So I don't just talk. You got a nice mall over there that we can boycott. You got a lot of places we can stop going to. And I'm serious about this thing because we're tired of being talked to as if we're stupid while Officer Olson gets to run around treating people from our neighborhood as if he was a lower being. So we're not going to stand for it. And if you're serious, Mayor, if you're contrite, contriteness requires that you do something. Not talk about it, that you do something. That means Lieutenant Olson should be dealt with. If when a kid misbehaves, the only way you make it clear that he shouldn't do it is you give him consequences. No consequences, no justice. Thank you.
Just One more thing, Mr. Reeves, thanks for visiting with me the other day on the telephone too.
Am I supposed to push this button?
No, you can just, there you go.
Okay. So my name is Ngia Lawrence Porter, and I live at 7475 Flying Cloud Drive in Eden Prairie, which is a neighboring city of Edina. I work in Bloomington. I do a lot of business in Edina. I go to the mall regularly. I'm on France a lot. My job is on France Avenue. So this is an area that I frequent a lot. And when I saw this video, it was just extremely disturbing to me to see this happen in Edina. And I do believe that officers, the thing that was most offensive to me about the response was saying that he did his job. Because to me, anybody in a professional job has discretion. And when the officer decided to stop this person who was walking in the street because there was construction, he was operating under a spirit and a knowledge of implicit bias, meaning that he made some assumptions about this young man, that he didn't belong here, he was out of place, because he didn't look like typical Edina residents, obviously. And so, to me, it's a matter of discretion. When you say he's doing his job, he had the discretion to keep going, to keep on about wherever he was about to go as a detective and not stop this young man, because he really did nothing but avoid the construction and continue going where he was going. So for me, this issue of implicit bias and profiling is really a serious thing, because I want to ask you guys, who has teenagers or young men sons? Who has a son? Okay, that's about between 16 to 20, okay? So imagine your son doing that, having his earphones in, maybe he got a skateboard or whatever, I don't know, may have a hockey stick, whatever he does, but he's walking down that same street. Would Officer Olson have stopped him? Think about it and be honest with yourselves, because if you're honest, you'll say, no, that never would have happened. We wouldn't need to be here about this. It never would have happened. Because that happens all the time, right? Kids got to walk through the street. They ride their bikes. They do skateboarding. They do a lot of stuff that's against the law, right? In places they shouldn't. But they don't get stopped because they're just being kids, you know, just doing what kids do, right? Or young people. So really, really be honest about this bias that was displayed, and the fact that all of this was just because he saw somebody and he decided that this person needed to be stopped, and then to make something out of it. So if you're saying that he was right and he did his job, I have a problem with that. And so I'm asking that you do what all they've said, and let's have a serious action, because they've said it all. But let's have some action behind this, because it's very offensive to thinking citizens to say the statement that you said and kind of gloss over it as if everything's great now because the man is not dead. Because we all know that he could have been, or harmed or in some way. So thank you very much for the spirit in which you've opened this up, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk.
Thank you, Ms. Porter.
Hi, good evening. I'm Dr. Bijan Bora. I live in 6411 Timberies, Edina, Minnesota 55449. So I'm not going to talk about this incident itself because many of us have actually already expressed, and I think with them. So I'm going to talk about the racial tension that this city has, and this particular incident has actually brought out. So I don't know, I'm sure some of you actually have been following the Facebook page of Edina City. And so there are some Edina residents. I just wanted to, I moved into the city about 2.5 years ago, and not really knowing that, I'm still very proud resident of Edina and probably continue to be, but there are racial tensions that the city has to acknowledge, and we cannot just put those tensions under the rug. We have to address them up front. So one of the incidents that or other sort of, story that I want to talk about is this sort of, Facebook interaction. So there's this Edina resident who says in the Edina, you can go back and probably look up in the Edina City Facebook. So he says, "Good job, Edina, I stand behind you." So somebody from rest of the, as you can see, like people from all over the country actually is responding to the Edina Facebook page. So there's this gentleman from I don't know where. So he would say, the town's 1960s motto, according to the Wikipedia, is not one black, not one Jew. The town hasn't grown up much since then. So this Edina resident, he's basically said, okay, question mark. So then he would basically continue in a separate note saying that doesn't bother me at all. That's why I moved in here. That's one incident. The second incident is about the fact that there is this, in Edina, there is a Edina information sort of group or something. It's called Facebook group. So it is primarily like Edina residents, and my wife is also probably an active member. I'm not a Facebook person. So she was standing up for that person. Like, essentially she was saying what all these, all my friends here are saying about the person. Like, it's kind of unfortunate that we all see things differently. To me, that person was, manhandled. But you just don't handle or dangle a person like that. So all she was saying there, like many of her friends, basically, about 6 or 7 women actually stood up for that person, and they were just kicked out simply because they were talking on behalf of, they were basically trying to support and empathize that person. So the point that I'm trying to make is Edina has racial tensions. So you better kind of address it, and I want to know from you as to what exactly you are going to do about it. And you can just say that we don't have. This is a clean city. We are really good in terms of we moved past those tensions, but we haven't. And these two incidents actually talk volumes about the fact that we are still we need to make lots of progress towards that end. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Boris. Ma'am.
My name is Kessia Moses. I live at 5104 Halifax Avenue South in Edina. Forgive me, I did not plan on speaking tonight. I figured everybody here, as you heard, has pretty much everything covered. But I noticed there wasn't a demographic being represented. So for Mr. Wilson, yes, this white middle-aged woman who lives in this city is sick and tired of seeing these things on TV as well. I come from a family of police officers, and my father-in-law wrote a book, Walking with the Devil, that speaks directly to this on Minneapolis cops that have done wrong against the communities that we are all living in. But I also want it noted that I only moved into Edina a year ago, but every day I walk down the middle of the streets. I have never been stopped, questioned, or manhandled like we saw on Friday. And I hope to God that this officer is recommended, and that we, the people of Edina, do not need to be embarrassed by what we saw in the media on Friday.
Hello, Pastor Carolyn Filstrom, 8621 DuPont Avenue South, Bloomington, originally from St. Paul. St. Paul Central graduate in 2001. Orlando. I'm also a proud Pokemon Go player. I'm not trying to brag, but I'm at level 25. Thank you. Every morning I walk my dog with my big headphones on down the streets of Bloomington because we don't have sidewalks in Bloomington, which I think is crazy because in the STP we know how to build sidewalks. But anyway, I too have never ever been stopped by the cops ever in my life. So I just want to witness that. Mr. Mayor, I think it's really cool that you have a sister relationship with Redeemer in North Minneapolis. I too have worshiped there a couple of times with Pastor Chapman. You know, and as Lutherans, the very first thing that we do in our worship service is confess our sin. We do not believe that we are ready to hear the word of God or get communion until we have confessed our sin. Philando Castile was my classmate in high school, and when I saw that video, I was terrified. The DNA in my body was crying out, this man is next. And I believe it was only because a woman who looked like me got her phone out. I'm going to say something serious. I would like to give a trigger warning for sexual assault right now. The clergy has had a very serious, dark past with dealing with sexual assault. It was not only in the Catholic Church, it was also in the Lutheran Church. I stand here as a Lutheran clergy saying my profession has abused its power at times. We have had a serious problem at times, and until we can confess our sin, we cannot move forward. We need to listen to our black friends. I went to seminary on the south side of Chicago after having gone to St. Olaf, and I had a whole bunch of new black friends. And the African American community is a beautiful community. They are a rich community. They are a forgiving community. I am so much richer of a human being for the black friends that I have made. It is so easy for us to dig in our heels and say, oh no, we didn't mess up. We didn't do anything wrong. I worshiped at a mega church with 2,000 people. I was the only white person there, me and my husband. It was the day that there was a gospel choir from Sweden. And I went in the bathroom, and all these black women were saying, oh, are you with the choir? I felt so safe. As white people, we are taught to be afraid of black people. Thank you. Look at all my black friends out here. I've not met many of them, but I do not need to be afraid of them, and neither do we, okay? We need to confess. We can heal. We can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Filstrom. Yes, sir. Good evening.
I'm the Reverend Daniel Wolpert. I live on 3811 10th Avenue South in Minneapolis. Thank you for letting me speak. I didn't think that non-residents would be able to talk tonight, so I didn't really come particularly prepared to say anything, but I first need to turn this way, and I need to say I am really sorry. I am really sorry. I'm really sorry to all my black brothers and sisters here, because I cannot even imagine. I am so sick of this. I grew up in Southern California. My first news memory was of the Watts riots, which were started by a policeman shooting a black man, an unarmed black man. And since then, I was about 4 years old then, since then I have walked the streets of America. I have walked in the middle of the street. I've walked in the middle of the street after drinking. And in fact, every time a game gets out down here in downtown Minneapolis, you can see 30,000 white drunk people walking down the street and nobody is grabbing them. So don't sit here as a bunch of white folks like me and give us a load of crap about how this is protocol. You know, it's like my head is going to explode if I hear one about this. One more lie about this. I was riding my bike in downtown Minneapolis 2 weeks ago. And because I got confused about whether Cross Street was one way or not, I ended up on my bike in the middle of the street against a red light with cars coming in both directions. Now, this was probably totally illegal. And you know what car drove by me behind me? A cop. He said, maybe you shouldn't be in the middle of the road. That was my punishment. That was my punishment as a white man. There was no protocol of this. There was no protocol of get down. There was no protocol of I'm going to shoot you. We need to stop lying about this. This is racist crap. Okay? If this is the protocol, then the protocol is racist, or the way it is being administered is racist, and we need to stop lying. Okay? We need to stop lying. One of the best definitions of evil is that it is lying. Plain and simple. Right? The banality of evil is nice people sitting around lying to each other. So let's stop doing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Wolford.
Hello, my name is Kay Kessel, and I'm wearing 3 hats here tonight. First, I'm a member of Isaiah, which is an organization made up of many faith groups, and I have spent so many hours going over to the Capitol, talking to all the white legislators, trying to restore the vote for people that have been incarcerated, and many other reasons. And I am so angry, but Edina has a great faith community, and Beacon Interfaith Housing Collaborative, you're building the housing on 66th Street. How many of you are part of that? That is so wonderful. We had an interrupting the prison pipeline. I'm also a member of the League of Women Voters. How many are in the league? In Minneapolis, and the most important thing is I'm retired from the Minneapolis schools. I was an assistant principal for 15 years, and I am so emotional because it's our kids of color, 70% kids of color in Minneapolis. I live in Richfield, and it's 70% kids of color in our schools. You cross the street into Edina, and it's 10%. And this is, the people at the legislature in our cities have to do something. But I want to tell you about what Mayor Hodges did and what the League of Women Voters and 65 organizations in the Second Chance Coalition. We had a forum at Plymouth Church. Plymouth Church and Westminster are building housing through Beacon for 100 people who have been incarcerated. And if you have somebody who's been to prison, you can surely know they can't find housing. I have a relative, and I know I've walked that walk. And so anyway, we held it at Plymouth Church, and we had our deputy police chief from Minneapolis, our Mayor Hodges, and Mayor Hodges has on her wall, racial justice is her first goal. And I'm asking all of Edina to have this conversation and bring together the faith community, bring together your schools, bring together the community here, and you have to do something. This is not right. And every African American friend that I've had, I had Brenda Johnson and a couple other people over to my house for lunch, and they talked about the Richfield police profiling, and so they said they don't drive at night. They don't drive at night in Richfield and Edina. And so anyway, it just is so upsetting. But anyway, I want to just tell you one thing. Brenda is going to be speaking. We had so many people speak at that forum, and Justin Terrell from Take Action Minnesota, he was so upset that night because he was mentoring an African-American young man who was walking in Plymouth, and guess what? The police arrested him for walking in Plymouth. So it's a very big connection to tonight. So I'm just asking you to have this kind of forum and have conversations and talk to people. You have to listen. This isn't right. The young man who is, you're a medical mecca. People come from all over the country, and your doctors are from all different countries. And how is it that our superintendents and doctors are stopped by the police? It just isn't right. And I just want, if you just turn the other side, Brenda Johnson has been appointed to the National Education Association's Prison Pipeline Task Force. She's the only one from Minnesota. Guess where she works? At the Hennepin County Homeschool, Stadium View. And guess how many kids go through there? 1,400 a year. And how many kids are kids of color? Just give me a guess. 1,400. 1,400. 98% are kids of color. That isn't right. And we have to, the schools and the police are the portals to the prison pipeline. And your schools, you have to get mental health people, you get chemical dependency counselors. You have to have more counselors in your schools. And the police, you have to know how to work with somebody who's mentally ill. 50%, Steve Stanek said 50% are people with mental health that are in our prisons. So you've got a big job, and I'm hoping that you're going to step up.
Thank you, Ms. Kessel. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is William English. I'm commonly referred to as Bill. I've lived in Minnesota for more than 55 years. I may be one of the oldest people in the room. I came to Minnesota in 1960 to go to grad school. I've served in a lot of roles since during my tenure, and many of them were civically inspired. I spent 32 years at Control Data, 17 as a vice president, and I was the first black salesman ever hired by 3M. I say a little bit about my background to say this. I've lived at 39th and Abbott, which is very close to the Edina borderline in the city of Minneapolis. My second home I owned was at 6100 51st Street, which is on the borderline of Edina, Morningside, and Minneapolis. I lived in Kenwood. I've lived on the West River Road. I now live at 12850th Avenue in Plymouth, Minnesota. Throughout these years, and I cite those to say this, I have been stopped in every city. The record would show, someone mentioned shopping in Edina. I shopped when Southdale first opened. I used to buy my clothes at Cedric's. Everyone knows that. It was a very upscale meal, so I spent enough money in Southdale to bury a wet mule. And yet, I don't dare walk these streets at night. Now, I sent a challenge out on Facebook. Some of my friends might have saw it. After I saw that videotape on Sunday morning, I could barely go to church. But I saw that video, and I challenged my Facebook friends to contact me, because I don't use instant messages, and I don't do tweet. I barely do Facebook, but I can do emails. But I said, those who have my emails and cell phone number, call me, because we're going to go to Edina, and we're going to take off our shirts, and we're going to walk in the middle of the street. Most of my friends are over 50. And I'm 80 plus. I'm 80 plus. Don't look it. Damn good looking. But I say this to you. I was determined to come here with my friends and walk down the street and defy a policeman to put his hands on me the way that young man was harassed, because I would intended to die that day. I was ready to die because I'm tired of being harassed. I'm going to tell you a quick story about Plymouth. I moved to Plymouth in 1998 because my baby daughter did not want to go to what she called the prep school. So we moved to Plymouth so she could go to YZ High School, which was like a high school she'd never seen before. It was like a college compared to what she was offered. I sent her to Ascension, an all-black school in North Minneapolis, where she graduated with honors from Ascension School, and then she didn't want to go to Becker Blake. I'm driving down the street in Plymouth in 2001 after dropping off some friends at the Marriott at Bryn Mawr, who was from Kuwait, a friend of mine who was married to Kuwaiti royalty, was going to Montana to buy a business. I dropped him off, went driving down 169 when I was pulled over by a policeman. I was driving a Chrysler 300, brand new, that 500 miles on it. It was a lease car because my car, Lexus, was in the shop. So the cop pulled me over, and first asked me how long had I lived in Plymouth when he saw my driver's license. And I asked, long enough to have a driver's license. So anyway, he said I was driving 67. I knew he was going to give me a ticket. He checked my record out. And he came back. And he handed my license, and he said, "Can I see your registration?" And I did. And he saw it was a rental car. He said, "Why are you driving a rental car?" I said, "Because I could afford it, mother, you know what." And then I started to shake because I realized I had done the wrong thing. I was just a child of God. He saved me. Because that cop could have very well pulled out his gun and shot me, stuck some dope on me, and no one would have noticed. So now you can see why I am tired. And when I saw that young man, I decided, well, one more time, and maybe that should be the last time, because I intend to go to Edina and with my friends to walk in the middle of the street, no shirt on, and defy someone to put their hands on me, because then I was going to swing on him, knock him out, and he would probably shot me, to make a point. So I say this to you, the only reason that is not happening is because you chose this meeting, and thanks to our friends from the NAACP, they've now challenged you to do something. I respect that. But let me tell you, if you don't deal with it, you're going to have to probably arrest 5 or 10 black men, most over 50, who are going to have their shirts off. I don't care if it's 10 below zero. And we're going to force you to arrest us or deal with this problem of institutional racism, police reform, and government control of the police. Mayor and city council, these police work for you. Whoever said this was protocol should be that cop would have pulled over and said, "Young man, can I help you find a way to walk? I don't want you to get hit by a car." Which is what you would have done, which is what he would have done for a white boy. And I'm going to tell you, whoever that officer's name, I can't remember his name right now, or whatever he is, he clearly should be disciplined. We demand that he apologize to that young man. Mayor, you can hide behind the term of protocol, but I'm going to tell you what's really protocol. What's protocol is when your police department learns to respect all citizens. Protocol is when you insist that when young white boys in Edina who skateboard all over the place illegally are told, get off the street with your skateboard in the very polite way that I've seen them do when shopping at Southdale. Do the same thing for the black men walking in the street. So my challenge to you is this. You've heard the story, you've heard the testimony, but I wish to tell you, I hope, to not have to get shot down or arrested in the streets of Minneapolis, because if you don't deal with this, you will see us back again. But this time, we'll be in the middle of the streets, in the middle of the daytime, until hell freezes over, until you change your policy.
Thanks, Mr. English. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Minister Toya Woodland, and I live 4580 58th Avenue North. I stand here as a woman of God. The word that I read says, God shall not be mocked. That which a man soweth, so shall he reap. As long as you mistreat children of God, there will be no prosperity in this state. I mean, you guys think that because we look different from you, because we act differently from you, that we are different from you, but we want the same things. We want safety for our children. We want housing for our families. We want to be comfortable in our old age. We want retirement plans that work for us. We want the same things that you want. I don't know about you, but I'm trying to get to heaven. And I don't know if you believe a heaven or not, or a hell, but they tell me that hell is really hot. And I don't want to go there. They tell me about this time when Jesus is going to crack the sky and he's going to come and he's going to call up for people. And I heard the minister say that you worship together, or you confess your sins, so that I believe that you're a believer. You know, believers don't mistreat other believers. We are in the Christian faith, we're taught to love one another. Nowhere in the Bible did it say not to like black people. It didn't say not to like white people either. It said you love your neighbor as you love yourself. It says you treat your neighbor with dignity. How dare you say you love Jesus, yet you can't love their neighbor that you see every day? How dare you go to church and confess your sins, but you mistreat people who live here on earth with you? We deserve better than that. That young man did not deserve that. He did not deserve to be manhandled like that. I saw the movie Birth of a Nation the other day. And they had these things called slave catchers. And the slave catchers rode around on horses, catching runaway slaves. And that's exactly how that officer manhandled that young man, as if he was a runaway slave. Where the hell was he running from? I have a 15-year-old son. Our motto is get home by any means necessary. When I pray in the morning, I have to pray that my son is not mistreated and mishandled by any law enforcement. Lord, give him favor with everybody he comes in contact with. These are things I have to tell my child when you how to talk to a police officer. I need to see you at the end of the day. I shouldn't have to tell my child not to look a police officer directly in the eye. He's a man. He should be treated as such. Just because the color of your skin doesn't make you any less of a man. It really hurt my feelings to see that young man manhandled that way. It hurt me to my core. I'm so tired. When will we see a day when we all can live together? When we all can cohesively live together? When I can own a home in Edina and I have to worry about whether or not my son can walk up and down the street. We lived in White Bear Lake. I recently moved from White Bear Lake. I could not let my son walk to the store. He worked 2 blocks. He was 14 years old. He worked at Culver's, which was maybe less than a mile away from his house. I could not let him walk to work because I was scared that he was going to end up in that lake that was around the corner from my house. I'm scared for my child. I'm scared for other children. And all I can do is pray for them. I do a lot of stuff. I march, I pray, I fight at the Capitol. I do a lot of stuff. But mostly I know that prayer works. And if you got some bias in your heart, all you got to do is ask God to take it away. He will. And he can. Ask him to show you. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Woodland.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Catherine Bass, 6917 Gleason Road, Edina. You all know me primarily through my volunteer work with the Edina Transportation Commission. Like many others who volunteer, I did it because I saw something in my community that wasn't right and needed to be improved. In fact, my fundamental orientation is that we can always be better. I'm always asking myself, is this the best we can do? I feel that belief is shared in the community. I really do. In fact, our vision for the community, for our future, one I helped contribute to, reads thus: Edina is the model of a successful, mature, and progressive urban community that strives to lead in a modern and evolving world. We maintain our heritage and attractiveness and afford our residents the highest quality of life while actively embracing the future. That's why I'm here tonight. Watching the video capturing the police incident involving Mr. Larney Thomas, I was distressed by what I saw. Further, I was angry about what I heard. Lieutenant Olson says, "You can't use that language in this neighborhood." I can assure you that I've heard worse in the halls of Valley View Middle School than what I heard from Mr. Thomas. Beyond the troubling policing of language, I was distressed by the othering implicit in his statement. Lieutenant Olson assumed this wasn't Mr. Thomas's neighborhood. Again, I can assure you that plenty of young men of color live in this community, wear hoodies and backpacks, and move themselves around on their own power. My 14-year-old nephew is one of them. He's been stopped by the police riding his bike in this community, the only city he has ever lived in. He's afraid to interact with Edina police. Is this the best we can do? When I saw the city's initial response to the video, I was disturbed. Why was the smell of alcohol referenced in that statement? When your Q&A dated October 18th today said Mr. Thomas, quote, tested within legal limits and alcohol was eliminated as a factor. I have to conclude that the reason for inclusion was to cast aspersions on Mr. Thomas. This was just one feature of the troubling initial response from the city. Is this the best we can do? Your Q&A states that race was not a factor in the stop. However, at a meeting of the Edina Transportation Commission dated May 15, 2014, there was a discussion with Police Chief Nelson about pedestrian behaviors. The following is an excerpt from meeting minutes. A commissioner said, quote, oftentimes pedestrians are walking, running at night without reflectors, not using sidewalks, etc., and asked if these behaviors are enforced. Chief Nelson said no, and he said an officer on patrol probably would not be looking for pedestrian walking or running in the street, and this would not cross his mind as being dangerous. Walking and running in the street at night without reflectors is not dangerous enough to warrant enforcement, but Mr. Thomas's walking in the street to avoid construction apparently is. Is this the best we can do? I appreciate the city's direct response to the Minneapolis NAACP's demands. I feel an apology for Mr. Thomas and accountability from Lieutenant Olson is still in order to restore trust with the community. The city has agreed to meet with the NAACP on the collection of race and other demographic data during traffic stops and pursue training on implicit and explicit bias. This is positive, and I applaud the city for its willingness to pursue these steps. I need to see a sense of urgency from the city about taking these next steps. Specifically, a timeline, an identification of which staff are accountable for taking action. It is not any other organization's job to come to us. This is our work as a community. The Government Alliance on Race and Equity, in partnership with the League of Minnesota Cities, is currently facilitating a year-long learning cohort of local and regional governments in Minnesota. The city of Bloomington is one, that are systematically focusing on advancing racial equity through evaluating its practices and evaluating its procedures and its protocol. The Hopkins Police Department has joined with Gethsemane Lutheran Church and the Hopkins School District as partners in the Hopkins Race and Equity Initiative. We must pursue future opportunities like these. I will stand with anyone else in this room who is urgently and purposefully moving the city forward on these steps and continue to ask, is this the best we can do? This will not be comfortable. It will probably not be easy, but it is critical to moving us closer to our vision. In closing, I want to share one other example with you. A number of years ago, I did something wrong. I did not renew my license tabs, and I was driving around in my vehicle for probably about a month on expired tabs, not really paying attention to the fact that they were expired. My brother-in-law, who is African-American man, was visiting, and I had a really busy day, and I asked him to take my car to pick up my children from daycare and to run up to the grocery store. And he was stopped twice. Twice. I had driven on that car for a month, and no one stopped me, but he was stopped twice because of these expired tabs. Now, I felt horrible for putting him in that situation. But you know what he said to me? He said, "Thank God we have the same last name." Because they believed me. They told me to get home. They told me to get off the road. And he had to pick up my kids. But I thank God that we share the same last name. So I just want to leave you with that example. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good evening.
How you doing today? My name is Jermaine Alexander, and I'm a resident of Crystal, Minnesota. I'm also known as Larney Thomas. I say that because on the 1st of this month, I was in the city of Edina paying my rent to my landlord. And as I was coming out of his house, a white man rolled down the street and stopped and asked me, "Where are you coming from? You don't live around here. I've never saw you in this neighborhood before." And I looked at him and I said, I thought he was a police officer. I mean, I don't know who he was, but I said, "What do you mean where I'm coming from?" You know, he didn't have he said, "Neighborhood watch." I said, "What they got to do with me?" I called my landlord on the phone for him to come outside. He said he never saw the truck before. His neighbor had a camera that captured the truck. And he said he was going to turn it in to the police. I'm not sure if he did. But that made me think, did you guys even look to see where the police officer was coming from? Was he even acting on the racism of a resident? Did you see his CAD printout? Was computer automated dispatch? Did you see, was he dispatched there? You know, that's what we need to check. Was he dispatched to that call and was acting on the racism of a person who live in the community? And that's all I have to say. Peace and power to the people.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander.
My name is Rob Harris. I live at 4015 Monterey Avenue in Edina. Everyone feel uncomfortable? No, you should. That discomfort tells you that this is wrong. I stand here to flesh out the demographic a little bit as a white male from Edina, the epitome of privilege. Older white male, product of some of the best schools in the country. And what I saw appalled me. I was disgusted because Mr. Thomas is my brother. Directing my question to the mayor, you, sir, said the officer operated under established protocol. I'd like to know, as a matter of public disclosure, when and where you're going to disclose and publish the official protocols that we may all see it. And I'd like to know what other surprises there are in these protocols for the voters. For the voters and taxpayers of Edina. And if this city government does not have the courage to apologize to Mr. Thomas, I will. I am sorry for the way that you were treated. And I hope somehow that you can forgive us. Thank you.
My name is Nakima Levy-Pounds, and I am the president of the Minneapolis NAACP and a civil rights attorney. Our jurisdiction covers Hennepin County. And we are here tonight to reiterate the concerns that you've heard from so many of the good people who came out to speak truth to power about what happened to Larney Thomas. I was dismayed after seeing the video. It definitely shook me. And I share the concerns of many people who said that this is how Black people get killed in America. That incident could have easily gone in a completely different direction, and Mr. Thomas could have ended up as the next hashtag. And the reality is, if he had been killed, we would have heard the very same justification that we heard from you, Mayor, that the officer was following protocol or that he feared for his life. That's not a proper justification for the dehumanization, mistreatment, and emasculation of Black men and women and children in America or in Edina, Minnesota. It is time for a change. When we came together and put our press release together where we put forward demands from the city, we were glad to see that you all responded. But it is hard to see the response as being more than lip service, especially because you all have refused to apologize and acknowledge the wrongdoing and the harm that was done to Mr. Larney Thomas. And as was mentioned earlier, there was an attempt to cast aspersions on Mr. Thomas to besmirch his character, as we've seen happen in the case of Jamar Clark, Philando Castile, and many other victims of police violence around the country. It is patently unfair to dehumanize someone who has already suffered enough at the hands of police, merely walking down the street and trying to get to work. It's offensive. As someone mentioned earlier, it looked like someone out on a slave patrol, the way that Mr. Thomas was grabbed by a police officer, and I'm wondering, as a civil rights attorney, what kind of protocols are in place that would allow for such demeaning behavior? Was Lieutenant Olson even on duty at the time that this happened? And he never told Larney Thomas, from our understanding, that he was under arrest, and yet the second officer comes forward and immediately that is his focus on handcuffing a Black man in the middle of the street, making him look like a criminal. Completely unacceptable. So in order for us to be able to have good faith in the process that you all have outlined, we need to see an apology. We need to see an acknowledgement that harm was caused by the city. We need to see Lieutenant Olson be held responsible for his conduct. We need to see a change in city policies, procedures, and protocols that would allow for such an incident to take place. We need to see a stronger focus on racial and economic justice in the city of Edina. I said to Governor Dayton back in 2011, when he came to the North Side, that there are two Minnesotas, one Black, one white, both separate and unequal. What we saw happen to Mr. Thomas demonstrates that we are still being treated in a manner that is both separate and unequal. It is unacceptable for a place that prides itself on progressivism to treat citizens of color as though they are second-class citizens. We belong here just like everyone else, whether we are driving while Black, talking while Black, or walking while Black. We expect to be treated with dignity. Yes. And we are thankful that the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension declined to investigate this case. We have no faith in the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension's ability to treat this or any other police case in a fair and impartial manner. They have not held a single officer accountable for police abuse or shooting of unarmed citizens. So we know that they're not going to hold Lieutenant Olson accountable for the dehumanizing way in which he treated Larney Thomas. What we would recommend is that you bring in a third party, preferably from outside of the state of Minnesota, that operates with a spirit of integrity to investigate this case, because we are not going to let this go. We want to see changes in your policies, your practices, and your procedures. It's unacceptable. We're not going to stand for it, and we say enough is enough. Thank you.
My name is Stephanie Coltfed Erdman. I serve as a pastor at Edina Community Lutheran Church, 4113 West 54th Street. As people of faith grounded in love and our shared humanity, we want to live into the vision of a beloved community, a society based on justice and equal opportunity and love of one's fellow human being. The confrontation between two Edina police officers and Mr. Larney Thomas that took place in Edina on October 12th what raises questions of justice, and it's a real tear in our community. We're experiencing a huge loss. We believe that together we need to address this openly and with courage. Now, it's hard to hear when you're wrong, but we have to turn that into action. And I know for myself that I am still learning and unlearning racism in my own life, and it's a real struggle, but it's something that I have to do. It's something I'm committed to doing for the rest of my life. As a congregation, we're trying to confront these biases that we have as a predominantly white faith community. We've made mistakes along the way, and we probably will continue to do so. We have a long way to go. But we want a world that works for all people. And so we're learning to find humility, the humility required to stand back and see ourselves as implicitly biased, and then find the courage to listen to those who've been oppressed. My mom always said, if someone's being oppressed, you gotta stand up and you gotta speak up. And so I come before you today to speak up, as frightened as I might be, to say that we need change, and we need it now, and we need to respond to the demands that have been given, to sit down in a conversation, and then to act. As individuals and our congregation, we pledge to help in any way that we can. We'll come to the table. We'll just cheer people on for this conversation, for action to happen, because this is not right and it has to stop now.
Good evening. My name is Sam Zorn, and I live at 1606 Hewitt in St. Paul. 3 days a week since the start of the summer, I've gotten in my car every morning and driven to 50th and France for the chiropractor there. 3 mornings a week, I've rolled out of bed, haggard, disheveled, wearing a torn t-shirt, wearing pajamas, wearing baggy cargo pants, staggering with a pronounced limp across the street. And I have never been subjected to so much more than a passing glance. And I have looked so different than the boutique shoppers in every sense except for my hair and my eyes and my skin. And for that, I get nothing more than a passing glance. So it's time to stop pretending that protocol is what's going on here. It's time to start facing the fact, however much we don't want to talk about it, that there is a pervasive fear of black men and black boys. And this is not something that has happened by accident. We have tried as best we can with our wealth and our privilege and our zoning laws and our infrastructure to distance ourselves and to push them away from us as much as possible. Now, I'm a recent transplant out here. I come from San Francisco, and right now San Francisco is undergoing the exact opposite of what's happening here. Right now, San Francisco has been deemed to be a prize target for the tech industry, and so the people who had lived there in that haven of a city are now being turned out the way people who founded the city have been turned out by the laws and by the structure. And so I think it's time that all of us white people, all of us here, stop and think about this fear. Because if we can't police our own thoughts, these kinds of tragedies are going to keep happening. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Emily Goldthwaite-Fries. I'm a pastor of a church in South Minneapolis with many members who live here in Edina. As a resident of the community myself, I felt sickened, as many have described, by the video of the incident that we're here to discuss. And I saw with my own eyes a man treated what looked to me like an unwelcome insect. And the video went on for a long time. The man was physically trapped by the officer who felt superior to him. We all know, as you have acknowledged, that racial bias is real, and we all know that the Officer Olson, did not need to approach Mr. Thomas in this way. Most of us maybe all of us who've spoken tonight, including yourself, have acknowledged that. So where we find attention today is in the question of what happens next, right? The NAACP and others have spoken clearly and prophetically about some next steps, and I feel compelled as a faith leader to contribute another one. And I know that many here share that language of faith with me across diverse faiths. As a community, beginning with your leadership, we need to show our faith in human beings to change. It is possible, and it needs to be more than words. So we ask for accountability when officers so gravely disrespect the humanity of another, and we ask that that accountability is more than words and proves a commitment to becoming the kind of beloved community we've been talking about tonight. A community where Black lives matter and where no one needs to fear the consequences of crossing the street. That's what we're talking about tonight. You're about to get a lot of phone calls, if you haven't already, lots of ideas from lots of consultants all over the country, because our situation is not unique, and yet here we are again in Minnesota on the national news, right? So as a person of faith, I ask you to rise, to step up to your power that you have in this situation, to make decisions out of hope and faith in humanity and whatever else you might have faith in, that those decisions not be made in a cynical way or a small way, but in a visionary way. That's what we're asking tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend.
Hi, my name is Edina. I'm a resident of St. Paul. I wasn't going to speak today. The only two reasons I am is because there's a lack of youth that didn't come because they didn't feel safe enough to cross, for the obvious reasons of there's 4 state patrols 2 miles from here, 4 outside, and 4 in here, 5 outside. And also because I found someone with a lighter skin tone to drive me back home. Honestly, those are the only 2 reasons I had enough courage to come up here today. I am attached to Edina because I'm half Greek. A lot of my Greek family live out here, so they are white passing, and it's easy for them to be out here. My grandpa is a very strong Black man and remarried a white woman, and I love her. She always told me to love my Blackness and all that good stuff. But he never let me outside without her. I wasn't allowed to go to Southdale without holding her hand, and because of the trauma it brings, and he wanted to hide me from all this bad stuff that's going on that's so close to him. And then when I see these videos and when I saw that trauma hit me, all I could do was cry, because I was like, I have walked on those streets so many times, and if I was out there without his wife, a white woman, would I have been subjected to that? It's a lot of trauma that all of these people are seeing, and they're like, God, should I go outside? Do I have to move out of Edina? Because this is all the time. This is happening all the time. Just the fact that I couldn't bring the people that support me the most, my youth, my community, out here because they wouldn't cross those lines even with someone else driving says a lot. Every single time we come out to these white communities to speak up, we have to make sure there's white people behind all of our cars and in front of all of our cars so we can get back safe. And that's not okay. I feel horrible for him and for his family, how he had to be embarrassed all over the world. Oh man, it's really traumatizing. And if you guys don't respect existence, you're gonna have to expect resistance, because this is gonna happen a lot more often. Thank you.
Thank you, Edina.
Good evening. My name is Brenda Johnson, 3550 East 46th Street, a native Minnesotan, born and raised in Minneapolis, Minnesota, raised on the north side. He that hunger and thirst for righteousness shall be filled. I am a minister in the African Methodist Episcopal Church, Wayman AME Church. I also work in the criminal justice system. I provide the education for incarcerated youth. All I have to say is that we have to have those conversations. You have to be willing to talk about your white privilege and what we can do about it. Our black and brown babies are going to the penitentiary faster and quicker than ever. And yes, I did go to Southdale. And yes, my son went to Eden Prairie. And yes, he played football. And yes, my daughter went to Southdale, but I was with them. So how dare they, or how dare you? How dare you? And I'm saddened, I'm sickened, and yes, I'm a woman of faith, and I'm gonna work it out, and I expect the same thing of you. So we must interrupt the cradle to the prison pipeline. We must interrupt the cradle to the prison pipeline. We must interrupt the cradle to the prison pipeline. Thank you.
How you doing?
Good evening.
My name is Chantel Allen. My address is 640 Aurora, St. Paul, Minnesota, 55104. I'm a proud Rondo kid. I stand here with this endangered shirt on because we are endangered. That 7-minute video showed the controlling nature of the U.S. Police Department. Edina represented exactly what we feel every day. You guys got to step up. You've got to do something different. Because I'm born and raised in Minnesota, I have the opportunity to see how police officers respond to white people, because I happen to be in the passenger seat or the back seat, and then I see how they respond to me. I'm 42 years old, so I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot of pullovers in a lot of different ways. I've been pulled over for looking suspicious in one of these suburbs. So I understand. It's not the same, and it's not fair, and we shouldn't have to drive around in fear. That's not the way this country was set up. I want to encourage all of you guys to watch the 13th documentary that's on Netflix, because you guys will understand the system that you're a part of, and hopefully you will take the time to start to interrupt that, because we do have the right to walk around construction. We do have a right to say that our rights are being violated. We do have a right to say that you grabbing on me is unethical. In any way that we need to say it in order for him to get his hands off of us, just like you do. I'm standing here as Black Lives Matter St. Paul, and I'm going to tell you, I honor my elders. So that brother stood over there, and he said him and 5 other people may be standing in the middle of the street with no shirts on. I might have a shirt on. But trust, we will be standing there behind him.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Reichert. I just want to take a moment to greet each of you, because I think this conversation requires our humanity. Good evening, Dave. Good evening, Lisa. Good evening, Chad. Good evening, Deborah. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Ann. Good evening, James. Hi, Mary. Hi, Bob. Hi, Scott. Hi, Roger. Hi, Jennifer. I grew up in Interlochen Park, on Interlochen Road, 233. I belonged to Interlochen Country Club growing up. I went to Blake. Now I live just over the border, 6 blocks from where this incident took place. I live in Minneapolis with my white husband and my white daughter. And I am so deeply troubled about what I saw in that video. It broke my heart. And I'm coming to you tonight because I want to stand with you as we start to talk about race. I'm a white woman, and growing up in Interlochen Park, I was taught not to see race. I was taught not to talk about race. I didn't want to say the wrong thing or be called racist. So I didn't talk about it, and I pretended not to see it. But I can tell you right now, that handicapped me. And now, as I raise a 5-year-old who's in kindergarten, my hope is that she won't be handicapped like I was. Because Albert Einstein said something. He said, racism is a disease of white people. And it is. And I've learned that as an adult. I didn't know that growing up. I love my parents and my grandparents, and I love the people that raised me, and they did the best they knew how, but they didn't know how deleterious racism is. And as I've grown up, gone to McAllister, majored in political science, learned about critical race theory and feminist political theory, I learned this is a disease that we have as white people, and we need to heal from it. And I am here to stand with you and to reach my hand out and say, I will walk with you on that journey. Because I work in racial equity. Every day I talk about race. That's my job. And I think we can do better. Growing up and hanging out in Edina, I always thought what I heard about Edina was that it was dedicated to excellence. I've seen excellence in so many different ways in Edina. But what I saw in that video was not excellence. It was systematic racism playing out. And it's the only excellence I heard in that video was by Janet Rolls, the white woman, who was standing there and calling it out. That's my job as a white woman, to call it out. That's my job to raise my white daughter, to call it out and interrupt it. And that's all of our jobs here, to interrupt systemic racism, because it's not just about helping our community of color, it's about helping us too. So I left you a voicemail, Dave. I'd love to hear back from you. I'll keep calling. And I would love to talk to you, James, and anybody that wants to be part of this discussion, because we all need to heal from this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emily Flower. I live at 1523 Jefferson Street, northeast of Minneapolis. For my entire life, I spent a lot of time in Edina. Most of my high school friends lived in deep southwest Minneapolis and in Edina. I wasn't going to speak, but I thought that there was a couple of things that I wanted to bring to y'all's attention. The video has been viewed 7.5 million times as of just a few moments ago. It's been shared 120,000 times. There's 30-some thousand comments on the video. A few months ago, the city of Falcon Heights was given an opportunity as a small town, the ability for them to make a statement, I think is, they have a little bit more power. There's not as much bureaucracy, not as many hoops to jump through as a bigger city like Minneapolis or St. Paul. And they were given this opportunity. They had this national platform. People from all over the world were watching them, and they had the chance to do something. They had the chance to be the city that said, we're not doing this anymore. This is going to stop here. This is the last time it's going to happen in this city. We won't tolerate it. And now Edina has that chance. Don't take that for granted. I want you all to think about the trauma that was inflicted on Larney Thomas that day. What that did to him as a human being, as someone's son, as someone's brother, cousin. How you would feel if he was your son, your brother, your husband. I want you to think about the trauma that was inflicted on the 7.5 million people who have viewed that video, who, to my surprise, are very, very largely abhorred. I expected to have some argument and to see all kinds of people supporting what the cop did and whatever, and that didn't happen. Those 30,000 comments, I've read probably 10,000 of them. People are abhorred. And it's not just activists. It's not just members of Black Lives Matter. People all over the world are jarred, traumatized by what Lieutenant Olson did to Larney Thomas on the side of Xerxes Avenue. And then I want you to think about that trauma for every Black man that has seen that video. And every Black mother. How often they have to see those videos and think that it could be them, or it could be their son, or it could be their husband. And the effect that that has on them, and the effect that that had on the response that Larney Thomas had. I want to ask you, Mr. Mayor, to rescind any mention of Larney Thomas's alcohol use in every piece of communication that you have on your website. He blew a .017. That is 5 times less than it is legal to operate a vehicle in this state, and you have mentioned it in both statements that you made. That is shameful. I want for you to rescind that, and I want you to change that now. He was not drunk. Alcohol did not impair his consciousness. He was not impaired in any way. He did not misbehave. The officer did. Xerxes is a busy street. I frequent Pizzeria Lola. Xerxes is busy all the time. There are restaurants and shops up and down that street, and there are people there on that street all the time. I've crossed in the middle of that street after parking my car and going to Pizzeria Lola many times. And if it's not okay for a cop to come and grab me by my shirt, it's not okay for him to do it to Larney. The last piece that I want to bring to the attention of the police officers in this room. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you, although you're not paying any attention to me. I'm talking to you, and I'm talking to you, and I'm talking to you, and to you. Lieutenant Olson put your life in danger. Lieutenant Olson is the reason that people view police the way that they do. His behavior is the reason that people distrust police. And the lack of accountability that you all have allowed him to have is
is the reason that it will continue. It's not black men killing police. Let's be honest. They're statistics. So why are police so afraid of them? You need to be afraid of the behaviors of your lieutenant. And you need to recognize what he has done to your position. Every officer of good faith needs to recognize that allowing these things to happen, not standing up, going to work every day with these people, is the reason that we're in the situation that we are. Y'all need to stand up. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm
Good evening.
Pamela Balabushko-Ray, and I'm at 4246 Scott Terrace in Edina. I'm cutting my remarks a little bit short because I have to go get carpool. I am the mother of 2 children who I'm raising here in Edina. My 14-year-old daughter is white. She's in 8th grade. She decided to pick Black Lives Matter as her documentary project a couple weeks ago. We are raising our children to address race, to address prejudice, to address the history of this country, all of the challenges that black and brown people face here. For the documentary, my daughter wanted to interview some people, including Edina police officers, which didn't happen. But we invited Dr. Duchess Harris from McAllister College. She's a professor there. And Dr. Harris was coming over on Friday afternoon to be interviewed. Dr. Harris was a co-author about a year ago of a textbook on Black Lives Matter for middle schoolers. Yep. Highly recommend it. Yep. About half an hour before Dr. Harris was due to arrive, I saw the video. I was still shaking when she arrived. So my daughter's assignment came to life in a profoundly disturbing way in my town, in our town. I'm still disturbed. I'm also disturbed because I'm raising a 10-year-old black son. My daughter interviewed him for the documentary. And what did he say? I want to be treated like everyone else. He's 10. People in this room have heard me talk about all of this stuff for a long time, and I will continue to talk about it, and I will continue to work for our children, for our elders, for everyone in between. It's my responsibility. People in this room have also heard me say that in a couple years, I'm taking my son's Nerf guns away. He will not be able to play with them in this town. I hope that it's not just talk from our leadership. I hope we examine what's happened here, what happens everywhere, to all of these people who were good enough to show up and help this conversation along. I am willing to work. I cannot live with myself if I do not work on this. And we all need to raise our children to keep all of this in mind. And all of you are my neighbor. All of you. That was one of the most disturbing pieces of that video, was that officer saying, we don't talk like that in this neighborhood. So I hope that we can work together and take action in Edina and everywhere else. My son's life is going to depend on it. Yes. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Colin Robinson, and I'm a current student at Minneapolis Southwest High School. I live in North Minneapolis at 1306 Washburn Avenue North, but I do go to a school that is about 3.5 or 4 blocks away from the city limits that your police officers patrol, Chief Nelson. It is in the same respect that I, in my position as citywide student council president of the city of Minneapolis, have talked to the students in Edina's Black Student Union, and have reached out to them for their comments as they have been unable to attend this event. The first thing that I would like to bring up is the comment that they made. It was the last message that they sent me. And we got in the conversation of, do students feel safe walking in the streets of Edina? And the Black Student Union of Edina said no. And this is a common occurrence from students who live across the border in Minneapolis, that 50th in France is a borderline of a place that sometimes you don't go if you're a student of color. And for students of color in your city, they fear for their life walking in the streets. They have asked me basic questions that they wanted to present to the council. One of them being, and the first question that they asked is, what will you do in your power to make sure us black folks are treated as the same as white folks? They also asked, what steps are you taking, or planning on taking to make black people feel more safe within the community of Edina? What consequences will police officers get when arresting someone for no reason? This is a common theme within students of color across this country, of fearing for their lives when they enter the streets of their own cities. And it is exactly what Lieutenant Olson did that creates this fear, this idea that they are not safe when they exit places like their school and like their home. That people in the exact uniform that some people are wearing in this room are the people across this country who are gonna end the lives of them. This is not something that just happens in Edina. But fortunately, we got a video recording of what happens every single day. And that is police officers mistreating people of color. And you're setting an example for the students of your city, as well as the students from across the country. And you right now have the choice and the ability and the power to stand up for what's right, and to make sure that students of color in your community feel safe when they leave their school and their home. So I'm asking everyone who is here today to do what they can within their ability to make sure that the students of color within Minneapolis, within Edina, and within the country feel as if they can be treated just like anyone else in this country. Thank you.
Okay,
Good evening.
My name is Yante. Good evening. So I just want to ask you guys if you know what it feels like to have to scroll down your Facebook or your Twitter worrying about the discretion of a video because it might be one of your brothers or sisters being killed by the police. This video, I didn't even watch. I didn't even start it because I was afraid that I was going to see something similar to the case with Philando. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared in this room. I'm scared walking anywhere. I'm scared getting on the light rail. I'm scared everywhere. I'm so tired of having to come to these and speak to a panel of white people hoping that this will be the last time I ever have to do it. I'm tired. I'm tired of hoping that you guys will listen. I'm tired. I'm 18 years old. Every day, every single day of my life, I've been afraid. At 18 years old, I shouldn't have to worry about these things. I should be worried about what I want to do with my future and what school, what college I want to go to. But like instead, I spend 85% of my time protesting, 85% of my time speaking to people just like you, hoping you listen. Hoping you listen. That's it.
Thank you. Viante. Thank you, Viante. Good evening.
Good evening. You know, just...
Could you give us your name and address?
My name is Juan Coleman.
Thank you.
Minneapolis public school student advocate too as well. You know, everyone that stepped up to the mic tonight had a very, very valid point. And I'm totally appalled, you know, by this video and how you guys could put these assertions about Mr. Olson of his alcohol use. That, to me, tells me that there's fear within you guys to want to put something out like that. And you guys are supposed to be professionals as our elected officials. You guys work for us. We own the city, we own the parks, we own the schools, but we don't feel like we're getting any of that. We pay for your wages, we pay for your salaries, and we pay for your pensions. And this is what we get. And then you wonder why things happen to cops. And not all cops are bad cops, like someone said earlier. It's the cops like Olson that's giving these guys and women who are trying to do probably the best they can to protect all of us. But it's these few bad ones that gives the whole departments a bad name and a bad rap. And you guys are going to have to figure this out. And you guys are going to have to figure this out fast, unless you want it to be like Iraq. Because it's getting ready to come. I hope you're listening carefully to what everybody's saying. It's not only here in Minnesota, it's nationally. And we have made the news nationally how many times? Valeo Castile. I mean, that's just, I'm speechless how he was murdered. And then y'all want to run over to the BCA. Again, like they said, y'all's cousins. We tired of the games. Do you guys think we're asleep at the wheel? That we don't know what the heck is going on anymore or something? You know, you guys don't follow the Constitution. That's why one of the things about America, America is a contradiction. And America is absurd. Because under the Constitution, you guys don't even want to follow your own Constitution. You look at us as African-American men and women, you're killing our men, our wives, our children, as 3/5 of a human being. You guys literally still look at us like that. And that's what the problem is today, is that you guys don't want to accept us as a human being. Just like you try to divide us up. Just like on applications and things by the state of all the different races. You know what I put on there? I put human. I don't go into black, Hispanic, white, and all that. That's to divide us up. And everybody knows your game. Your game is up. It really is. The game is up. People are tired of being tired. They want to get home, I'm sure, to their families, whether they're single or families or whatnot. I didn't want to come out here tonight. I drove all the way from home just to come here because I was appalled by the video and says, this just continues to happen on a regular basis, and then you guys get up there on the news and you say the same stuff over and over and over and over and over. But we pay you guys' taxes. I don't know if you guys get paid to be up there as city council member, men or women, but we pay for that. We pay you guys. And this is, again, what we get in return. And that's selfish. That's selfishness. And the mayor, you need to be appalled by your actions because you got a lot of power on statements that you could release and statements that you do not have to release by putting stuff out there in the media. And I would ask that when you guys are all done collecting all your information and taking the action, because we want action. We don't want no more lip service. We're tired. Everybody's tired, beyond tired. Okay, we can't even emphasize it enough. Is that you post what you're going to do online, because we want to see this, because as a community, we want to, and we demand it. And all of you guys up there, I don't want to sit and criticize you guys. I don't know you guys. You guys, might be good people. But your decision makings, decision makings are poorly thought through. And you guys are going to have to change the way you do things. It starts tonight. It starts tonight. Because this is a big wake up call. Because that could have been, again, like people were saying, that could have been my brother. He could have been a father of a child. It could have been an uncle. He could have been a godparent. And the officer, the way he handled is, and you know what, he was even nicer to the lady who was recording it. He was nice to the lady who was recording this, and she kept saying, "Sir, he did nothing wrong. He did nothing wrong." And then the other officer comes up, and it seems as though he couldn't wait to put the guy in cuffs. Something's got to be wrong with that picture. And is this acceptable, Chief, of your officers? Because the guy is black, so he's treated like that? Is that acceptable? Protocol. And that's why these policies need to change. Are you guys taking up Obama's 21st century policing policies? Are you guys doing any of that stuff, or you don't care? Because he's a black man as a president in office, right? But that's why we're getting shot down dead, though, a lot, though, too, because everybody's still mad he's still president, only got a couple more weeks left, or a couple more months. But it's serious, and I don't mean to talk like that. I'm a father. I'm a husband. I'm a public school student advocate, a product of Minneapolis Public Schools. But it has to cease, and we have to find together to unite. And like one of the other ladies says, you guys are going to have to get educated about this racism and stuff like that, because what it is it's the institutions, okay? Racism it affects us all. It's about white supremacy. That's really what it is and what we're all fighting, and it's all over the whole United States, and it affects everybody. Poor whites, rich whites, obviously poor blacks, rich blacks. It doesn't matter what your income bracket is. It affects everybody. And you guys should watch the documentary The 13th and learn more about Alex and all them people and stuff like that do all these weird things and stuff like that to keep people down. So that's all I have to say. But change, you're gonna have to change. You guys gonna have to change.
Thanks, Mr. Coleman. Yeah, welcome.
My name is Robin McGee, and I live at 466 Marshall in St. Paul.
Thanks, Robin.
I just wanted to, I'm going to be redundant, but I'm going to be brief. I just wanted to reflect on what I've been hearing, because it's amazing to me. I'm just really bewildered. There's 2 points to make. One, just really bewildered with hearing what people are saying, because they're trying to convince you that black people are human. Most of the comments are about, you should know black people are human, they have feelings, they care, they exist. That should be insulting to you to hear that over and over again. They assume you realize it's racism and you just don't care. That's what the comments are saying, that you just don't care, you're just allowing that. You should feel hurt by that. In 2016, people believe you don't care. And I know you can put yourself in other people's position and you can stand in that position. You don't need people to tell you that. You know it causes pain. You know it causes embarrassment to be stopped by the police. You know it's an inconvenience. But they're here because they have faith that if you knew, you would care. And you don't. That's the thing. The other part is that it's simple. You've now assumed the blame for what happened. When you say protocol, that meant he was allowed. That's what it means. He was permitted to do that. You gave him permission. So when I saw the man, I saw the officer, I saw a smugness in his face like, I can do this. I'm in my right. He became wobbly when we went up to the white woman. He wanted her to sort of bind with him as white people. Give me that tape, right? But yeah, you know we're there. We really, you stand there, but you really kind of, you know we're on the same side. But he felt right. And the difference between him being in his right and being wrong is you. That's it. You are the change. Change it. Now, it's simple. If there was protocol that allowed it, eliminate that protocol and get in line with the Constitution.
Thank you, Robin.
My name is Frank Lorenz. I'm an Edina resident for the last 35 years. I've spoken in open forum occasionally over the last 2 or 3 years, and I don't think anyone will accuse me of being a friend of this city government. I think of you with thinly veiled contempt, but having said that, the video that I've seen, the video that's on the internet and on YouTube, shows the middle of this sad event, and it doesn't show what happened in the 2 minutes before the video that the lady that was passing by stopped and began to take, and it doesn't show what happened afterward. And I think that especially what happened before would be relevant, but I'm afraid we're never going to know the answer. I was under the impression that if a squad car or a plainclothes car was driving along and they decided to make a stop of any kind, whether it's an individual pedestrian or to stop a driver, they would turn on their dashboard cam. And I don't know whether that was done in this case or whether that particular unmarked SUV has a dash cam. But if it does, I guess the question is, where is that? Because the officer has been quoted as saying that he sounded his siren a beat or two and either used his megaphone or something to tell Mr. Thomas. Yes, or what?
I'm asking why. He was walking. Why did he need to stop?
All right. All right. Okay, if you're going to testify again, why don't you come up here and do it and then let me finish.
Nobody can testify. We're commenting on how we felt. You weren't there. I wasn't there. Don't talk like you were.
Okay. Good. I guess the Second Amendment applies to some people in this room, but not to me.
The council, please. And ma'am in the back, please. We've had a great experience tonight here with respect for everybody, and I hate to see that disintegrate, right, because we got a ways to go yet. And I want to, I'll tell you, I screwed up some comment earlier. I want to, Mr. Thompson, help me remember something. But go ahead, Mr. Lorenz.
Look, I drive Xerxes Avenue north and south every day to and from work. I know exactly what the construction on the west side of the road does, and I know that it's safe to walk if there aren't vehicles parked, but there were vehicles parked on the west side, including construction trucks, and people who live there park in the area that's been cleared. So each time Mr. Thomas would encounter one of those vehicles, he had to step out into the traffic lane. Now, I don't know why the officer was there. Did he get a call from somebody along the way saying there's a man walking in the street? Or was the officer just driving on Xerxes Avenue randomly, or what? And perhaps the police records will show that, but I think that has something to do with it. But to get back to what I was saying, if the officer, after sounding his siren and using his megaphone or bullhorn or whatever the speaker is in that SUV, told Mr. Thomas or asked Mr. Thomas to get out of the street, it would be relevant to say whether he used a racial slur or not, whether he was condescending to him, but the officer's testimony, as I read it in the paper, said that Mr. Thomas just ignored him and kept on walking. Then the officer pulled out and drove in front of him, parked at an angle, got out of the SUV, and that's when the physical confrontation began. So if there are dash cam records, it would be very helpful to find out what happened, or as much of what happened in the first 2 or 3 minutes. But I've seen the Edina police in action 3 or 4 times at a coffee shop that I go to frequently, over by Cub Foods, and in all 3 cases, the people were either drunk or...
Please, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Lawrence. Finish your thought. Let's...
All right. Or they were aggressively panhandling, and one was white, and later one was African American, and later one was Hispanic. And the police were able to talk those people down in each case without violence. The one person they did arrest was white, but he had open warrants and he was on probation, so they took him to jail, but the other 2 people were not arrested. So there are some officers on the force that are capable of great restraint. But I will say this to Chief Nelson: I've been stopped many times late at night driving home from my office in downtown Minneapolis, and I'm profiled because I'm a single white person driving home after 10 o'clock at night. And the presumption, the assumption is I'm drunk.
Mr. Lorenz.
I'm driving home alone, okay? Now, that's fine. I'm in no hurry to get home. And some of the officers...
Come on, Mr. Lorenz, thanks. Finish your thought, please.
All right. Some of the officers were from Minneapolis, some of them were from Edina, but if we're going to modify the protocol, perhaps Chief Nelson can take the following notes. My name is not license and registration. That's the first and only words I've heard from all the police that have stopped me. And 2 years ago, I was stopped at least once a month. Now it's down to once or twice every quarter. So I don't know why that is, but they don't say good evening, could I see your license and registration? They walk up and say license and registration. All right, now part of that is the training, because the police throughout this state are told to take control of the situation, to get their foot on the back of the neck of the person they're confronting.
Come on, Mr. Lorenz, be careful.
So, if you're going to change the protocol, a little civility might be helpful. And, after they run my records and see that I don't have any open warrants or anything else, they come back and ask me, how much have you had to drink tonight? And the answer is I'm partially diabetic, so I haven't had any liquor.
Mr. Lorenz, would you...
I'm finished, all right.
Thanks for wrapping up. Folks, here we've got more people. We've got more people that wish to speak, folks. And then I hope some of you stay, because we want to finish this conversation here before. This is a good first step. And want to talk a little bit about that in next steps. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Courtney Whited. I'm a 12-year resident at 5829 Chowan Avenue South. I regularly jog the route that is described along Xerxes Avenue from my home over the creek and then wind around Xerxes. I regularly take my children and dogs. And I'm a former volunteer for the Transportation Commission and other work groups here for the city. I cherish my time there. I'm really upset because I use every opportunity that I use. I weave lessons in for my children. They attend schools here. And I want to point out that tomorrow is that anti-bullying day in schools. And I viewed what happened was another form of bullying. Yes. And I'm so upset because my children and I walk there at evenings, weekends, and we've had to walk into the street. About a couple weeks ago, my kids take swimming lessons at the junior high connected to the high school. I sent up to City Extra everything to know about traffic changes. I was frustrated. I didn't know that Tracy Avenue was closed there for me to go where you're putting that roundabout in. I left, followed the detour signs. They led me to a dead end. They didn't go through enough to tell me how to continue to get to the swim lessons. So I looked on my phone. I followed another way to come at it. I think it was Lynn Way or something. The street's named Lynn. At that point, the construction manager was there. I met him. I had some curt words with him, not inappropriate, but I had raised my voice. My children were in the car. I said, I sign up to every alert. Why wasn't I informed of this? How can I get through? When I go back to see the video that happened, how come I was allowed to exchange words with someone of the city and I was okay and somebody else wasn't? I had safety concerns about road construction. This other person encountered road construction and should have been addressed for a safety concern. I've long time been an advocate for pedestrian safety. I was at the meeting that Catherine was at, and it might have been me who described those pedestrian concerns because I'm that person who lives there when Pizza Lola went in, and it still is a concern. Thank you so much for this time and opportunity this evening. I hope that something is done. I will pause and revert back to my previous address as a homeowner that I was so proud of, was 3314 Oliver Avenue North. I was a block club leader there. I was much prouder as a neighborhood there than I am here today. And I'm so sorry I might start crying because that was a true neighborhood that was diverse. And they listened to me when we had concerns. This is different, and I want action, not another forum. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Julia Berry, 4818 Aldrich Avenue North, Minneapolis, 55430. I come on behalf of my own Black sons. I come on behalf of the Black sons that I work with in the classroom every single day. I'm an educator. I worked at the County Homeschool Treatment Center, and now I work at an alternative learning center. And I appreciate all the knowledge dropped tonight. I wish I had some quoted, but I really do encourage everybody in the council to study Dr. Joy DeGruy, post-traumatic slave syndrome. And that's what I would like to try to share some about with you tonight. I'd like to share about the trauma to the Black body that has been caused for the past or more than 400 years in this country, and what that has done to the Black body, what that has done to little boys and medium-sized boys and adult-sized boys, Black boys who don't want their bodies touched. Sorry.
Take your time.
I'm kind of a crier, sorry. Anyway, every day at home, I work intentionally to touch my boy lovingly. As a Black woman in relationships, I work to touch my Black men lovingly. And in the classroom or in our school, I work to not touch them in the same way, but to allow them to be touched on their arms, maybe even their backs, sometimes a hug when appropriate, and allow them to feel love for their Black body. And it is so important for us to recognize that they have been traumatized. Black men are traumatized, Black boys are traumatized, they don't feel love. And I love all the knowledge and I love all the legislature, and we need all of these voices in here, but nobody talked about love. And I thought that we have to talk about the love that was stolen, the love that continues to be stolen, and that video was a video of love stolen. Yes. So we have to get back to love.
Thank you, Ms. Berry.
Mr.
Mr. Thompson, could we ask this young lady to come first?
Ladies first.
Yeah, thank you.
Ladies first.
I'm Caspian Worth Petrick. I live in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I'm going to try to practice doing some unconditioning of white supremacy culture by trying not to play into the symptom of well, it is a symptom of capitalism, but specifically the symptom of perfectionism. So I know I'm not going to say this perfect, but I just want to try to say this. I'm just struck that like we're in a room full of powerful, beautiful people. And as this last speaker pointed out, we could be talking about love. We could be doing anything together with this time together. I mean, gathering, circling up, it's so important. But we have to be talking about this. And I think many of us are so tired that we like have to be using up time, energy, and space to talk about this when we could be doing anything. And life is creation. We could create anything. Why is this the world we're creating? But we have to talk about this because people in power are trying to stay in power. And so that's the reason we have to keep talking about this. But I just wanted to remind everyone of our limitless potential, that like we can change this, we can create anything. Why is this the world we keep creating? And I just hope that we can all gather like this around something like love, more some circles and seeing each other and listening to each other. This is so powerful and beautiful. I just wish we could be talking about something else, but sadly we have to keep talking about this. So thank you all. I appreciate everyone here for what they add to life and community, and I just want to speak so that everyone can continue to add to what they contribute their gifts on this earth for, and it's heartbreaking when that gets taken away from people. So remember, we are limitless. We can change this together. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. Mr. Thompson, could we get through everybody that hasn't spoken yet before? There's a young lady there that.
I'm going to leave. I have a couple kids I had to get to school in the morning, so I do want to leave.
Yeah. So and you were staying.
Let me put this here to you, Mayor. I appreciate you having me. I didn't want to bash your side any more than anybody else did. But I did want you to be aware that I don't know if you are aware, but not just your city of Edina, the state of Minnesota cannot have another Jamar Clark. The state of Minnesota cannot have another Philando Castile. The state of Minnesota cannot have another Trayvon Martin. The state of Minnesota can't have anything like what could have happened when that officer encountered the young man the other day. Like, you don't want to see what's next for the city or the state of Minnesota.
Yeah, we agree.
Let's nip this in the bud right here. Like, I mean, it's not a coincidence that nobody on this panel is a person of color. It's not a coincidence. That's not a coincidence. Let's be clear when I say we know who we're talking to. We're talking to the BCA right now. As we're talking to the same people who are going to go in these chambers, and we'll come back to the next meeting and we'll have another discussion. We'll be having a discussion about body cam. We'll be having a discussion about dashboard cam. We'll be having a discussion about everything except for the root of the problem. And I think that everybody that's spoken here, and even the people that are going to come, are going to have the same sentiment that they're tired of talking.
I think that's where we're going to need some help.
We see these type of incidents, and like the young lady just said, it's post-traumatic. Just like the soldier coming home, black people got the same stress. You know, I can't stress to you how hurt I was when I seen Philando with 4 bullets in his side, breathing. Now, is it protocol for an officer to shoot somebody and not at least have the human dignity to call an ambulance for him? He didn't call an ambulance. As a matter of fact, he held him at gunpoint. You don't want that, Officer Nelson, here. That could have easily been that. And you would have been the face for the... Wait a minute. It's a crying shame that he's the lieutenant of your police department. Come on, man. That's a blood stain on your whole entire police department. If you don't say nothing to him, shame on you. You see him every day.
Mr. Thompson, Mr. Thompson, I know that you have to go, but you and Reverend Wolfert caused me to think about something that I did a lousy job of talking about protocol. When I was at my church the other night, on Sunday night, to talk about race issues in Edina, I told them that it appeared that the protocol had been followed, but if that's protocol, that's wrong.
Yes.
And I didn't make that very clear tonight, that I did a lousy job of talking about protocol, and protocol can never be the basis for disrespecting another person. No. Protocol cannot be the basis for making anyone feel like they were humiliated.
Yes.
And protocol can never make someone feel like they're a lesser human being. And I thank Mr. Reeves for that insight.
Mayor, also, before I leave here,
And thank you for reminding me of what I had kind of screwed up on.
I need to stress the importance of not just Edina, but all these little suburbs within the state of Minnesota. Anytime that I've seen a police shooting over the course of the years, because it's becoming a new black epidemic, police and the way they handle African-American men, but it's particularly the shootings. Anytime I see a police shooting, they always say, well, we were in fear for our life. Hold your hands up. Okay, I dropped my phone. That's not a gun. That's my phone. I just did that to demonstrate how I could have got shot by the cop who feared for his life, all right? But what I do want to say before I leave is, when you turn those disco lights on behind my car, I'm in fear for my life. I am in fear for my life. From the time you turn them lights on, I swear, and I have license and insurance. I am a machinist for St. Paul Public Schools. I have a career. I should not be in fear for my life when you're taking all this money out of my paycheck for taxes. I should not be in fear for my life. Like, my friends shouldn't be dead right now. I had the mayor of that city tell me that I believe Philando would not have even been pulled over had he been a white man. The mayor told me that. All right? So I can't stand here and tell you that. I cannot deny the fact that I know, and every black man here knows, that man would not have been grabbed by that police officer. I don't give a damn what color he was. He was a black man walking down the street. He was in fear for his life when that officer was grabbing on him. He was in fear for his life when that other car pulled up. That man was in fear for his life. If you didn't see anything, I seen him comply. Because he knew exactly what I know. This can go bad real fast. It's already went bad. So we can have these courageous conversations. I'll be back.
Good.
I'll be back. Because I want to be a part of the conversation.
Yeah, that's good.
Because it has to stop. And it has to stop in these little pockets. It has to stop in Eagan, North St. Paul, Falcon Heights, St. Anthony. It has to stop. And we'll start here.
We need help from people like you to give us some insight that we don't have.
Thank you for having me, man. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, and what was I going to say? One other thing. So where does it, the question people have raised is, where does it stop? The other night, my wife, after this incident, after we'd been over to Edina Community Lutheran, we got home and she said, this is like God tapping Edina on the shoulder and saying, this is where you fix it. This is where you fix it. The buck stops here. And together we figure out how to fix it. And talk's important so that we understand some things that we don't know, but we'll work on fixing it. And I think other folks up here on the council have a few things they'd like to say too, and I hope you can stick around. But one thing I was thinking about, we spent the night together here talking about some very serious things. We got a lot of ministers in this audience. And I'm just wondering if we should all have the minister stand up and lead us in a prayer. No? All right. We won't. That was just an idea. All right. Now, we've got a young lady here that wanted to speak.
Hello, my name is Davina Newman. I live at 1523 Jefferson Street, Northeast Minneapolis. I want to come up here and emphasize some of the things that these beautiful black mothers have been saying. I hope that when you hear these things that you feel as disgusted as I do. These mothers have to fear for their children's lives. These mothers have to tell their little babies, don't look your police officers, Mr. Nelson, don't look your police officers in the eyes so that they can come home to their mothers. That was one of the things I wanted to say, but another one of the things that I want to say is I hear you talking the talk, but we want to see you walk the walk. And we have some amazing, creative organizers and activists in this room that have people waiting. They have warriors waiting to get that message that says, we need you, and we will. We will be wherever we need to be to make sure that something happens.
That's right.
You have all of these amazing activists here willing to give you guys advice, willing to work with you so that something happens. But just know that if we don't see anything happen, we will be back, and it won't be like this. And it won't be just here. It won't. We will hit your pockets. I don't know if you saw the Falcon Heights. We ended up having to go to the mayor's house. Multiple times. And I really hope that we don't have to do that. But we will if we have to. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you? My name is Marquise Armstrong. I'm a resident of the city of Minneapolis. As you see, like many have said, we show up where we're needed, and we're going to continue to do that. You've said a lot of good things in the last couple of minutes, and they sound really good to my ear. But you can start somewhere, because some things have happened, some things have come out of your mouth that are offensive as well. And I think you've started, but you didn't go all the way there. So there's several people here that have apologized for the city of Edina, but this is your city. You're the mayor. And you've been asked to apologize. Again, you've said a lot of nice things that have sounded good to my ear, but I have not yet heard you apologize to the young man who this happened to, nor the community that is offended, that is traumatized. It ain't just us African Americans coming in here. Members of your city are traumatized by what happened. So one of the first things that you could do to start this so we can begin to move forward, because we're sick of people saying, let's just move past it, when it hasn't been acknowledged that a wrong has been done. There's been ministers who have come up and said the first step is to ask for forgiveness, to confess that a wrong has happened. I've heard many people, again, from your community apologize. I've heard no one up here apologize. So that is something that I believe, and I think the rest of the community that is here needs that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ron Fannenstein. I live at 5275 Grandview Square, right across the way here. I marvel at your tenacity to sit through and listen to this tongue lashing you took tonight. If you're going to change protocol, I suggest you do not change the protocol to protect these people in blue's life. Have you ever heard of Brian Kleinfelter, for instance? Brian was a young 23-year-old police officer up in St. Cloud. On the coldest night of 1997, Brian made one last stop to some guys who were kind of disorderly, and walked up to the car to see, hey guys, what are you up to? And instead of answering him, they shot him 4 times, left him laying on Highway 94 up there, dying, and Brian died, okay? So every time I see one of these guys at Perkins or wherever, the one thing I tell them is watch your back, protect yourself first. And that's the primary protocol that your police department has to have. Guard yourself. Second one is, I didn't hear any of them come up here and thank the police department for probably saving that young man's life.
Please, folks, let's let him have his opinion here. Let him have his thoughts. Thank you.
Opinion goes one way here, don't you hear it? The other issue is I think the police officer may have had a hand in saving his life. My niece, 4 years ago now, on a very cold night, typically she went out and did her jogging, and she went jogging down the middle of the street, just like Thomas was doing, and she got hit by a car, and she will never be the same. She should have died, but she didn't. There's a reason for the police to go out and watch out for people's safety. And it isn't always just police brutality, as we're hearing. Now, there's a lot of good, mostly good, in the police departments. And I just wanted to get those 2 points across. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know it's been a long night, and I'm sorry. I was hoping that would be the last speaker, but I can't let that be the last speaker. My name is Stephanie Oyen. I live at 5705 Concord. I moved to Edina less than a year ago, and I moved from Minneapolis. I've lived in several neighborhoods in Minneapolis, and I am deeply ashamed of my city. I am ashamed, and I will reiterate it. I am sorry. I am so sorry this happened, and I am here hoping that we can start a conversation and start some action. Please.
Thank
I
you.
have nothing else to say.
Thank you,
Thank
Stephanie.
you all for
You've been patient all evening. Thank you.
I really didn't plan on talking tonight, but I just felt compelled, based on what's been said, to share the core of my
Your name and address, please.
Oh, sorry. William Freeney, 16325 Asante Street, Ham Lake.
Thank you, William.
I just moved here to Minnesota a year ago, and I love the Twin Cities. I love Minneapolis, but I feel like I jumped from the saute pan into the fire in terms of the way this state and this pair of cities and its surrounding suburbs deals with police and their purported job of policing and protecting the people. I'm going to keep this short. The punk band NoFX has a snippet of lyrics that say, and they're all Jewish boys from Brooklyn, by the way, "Don't call me white" represents everything I hate. And the actions of Lieutenant Olson are the epitome of the reason for that. That's it.
Hi there, my name is Karen. I live at 6220 Wyman Avenue in Edina. This is my son. These are my shoes. I share the shoes with you. I did not plan on coming here to talk. I was at home listening, and my heart was heavy for everything that was being said. And so I wrote down a few things, and it's probably a little sporadic, but one thing that came to my head actually when I stepped in here, other than any notes I prepared, is you had talked about praying. And immediately the thought that came to my head is the story of the Good Samaritan. And the question that came from Jesus was, who is your brother? Who is my brother? Yeah. So I ask you to ponder that. If you know that story, you know what I'm talking about. If not, look it up. You know, I have a great deal of concern about people that keep saying that, oh, it's not that bad. Oh, the African Americans are really blowing this out of proportion. Do you really think an entire culture of people is trying to pull one over on us? It is happening. It is happening to the point where they are coming from cities far away because of their frustration. And too many people don't get it. Too many people that are in positions like you don't get it. And that's where I thought about it. Mr. Mayor, You have a responsibility to do the right thing for Edina. This is your city. I also understand, and would like you to understand rather, that the right thing in this situation is not standard protocol. We are not, at least I am not disillusioned by the fact that your decisions that you make in this situation are motivated by a couple probably pretty key influences and people backing those influences, political, financial, and I don't mean any of this out of disrespect, but there are things behind the scenes that we all know, us peasants and such, go on. But the situation is that you are safe. You are safe. Your family and yourself in public settings, you are safe. You and your family will never have to fit into Mr. Thomas's shoes, or the shoes that I wear, or the shoes that these folks wear here. You have never had to think. I have 5 kids, by the way. All are biracial. Their father is African American. You've never had to think, I bet, gosh, which one of my kids looks white enough so I feel safe enough for them to go out? That's coming from a white mother, 40-some-year-old white middle-class woman. Have you ever had to think that? Have you ever had to think, who looks white enough? If that doesn't explain white privilege to you, I don't know what does. It's time to just humble yourselves. I am hoping for humility today, is what I'm hoping for. Humility on behalf of Lieutenant Olson to acknowledge his own bias and accept the consequences of his wrong behavior. We all mess up, but it's whether or not we can face that and admit that and move forward. And some things are bigger than others. Some things are way more destructive than others. But it's a matter of accepting that and claiming it and moving on. Not moving on to move away from it, but making it right. It's time for you, Mr. Mayor, to fully acknowledge racism as a problem in your city. It is time for you to make changes regardless of whether or not it will make you popular among the privileged who don't want the status quo to change. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sam Parmaker. I live at 4311 Grimes Avenue, and I was not planning on speaking tonight, so I apologize if my speech is not quite as eloquent as those before me.
You're always a good speaker.
Thank you. As a young member of this community, I feel responsible, and I feel like I have to speak up when I see injustices in this community. And I just want to share my own experience as a white person in Edina. I work up at 50th and France, and every night I bike home in the dark, without bike lights, without a helmet, in the middle of the street. And I've biked past police officers. I've never been stopped, I've never been pulled over, I've never gotten in trouble for that. And the fact of the matter is, I am protected by my white skin. I have that privilege. And that's not afforded to some people in our community. And I do want to apologize to everyone here that black men and black women are not treated with the same respect that I am in my community. And I would just like to say that as a high school student here, the young men and the young women of this community are watching, and they are looking to you guys to set an example. And we hope that our city will move down a path so that we do not treat people with black skin as outsiders in this community, and that we do treat people, regardless of their skin color, with the same level of respect as we would anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Gabe?
I just wanted to add one last thing, just because I know that one thing that's not always discussed, but is important to remember is that, at least for our city council members and our mayors, you know, they are elected here in our community, and they're elected to represent us. But I just wanted to reiterate the point made on courage, because I know that there are going to be people in our community that are going to say, and they may not have come out here today to speak up, but that share different opinions than what we have here today. And I know that here on the city council, going forward, I expect that you'll bring some things forward, is that sometimes the easiest thing to do is to maintain the status quo. And I know that there are going to be many people in this community that urge you to maintain the status quo. And I want you to know that while we'll come here to bring the pressure, we'll also come here to support you if you move us in the right direction.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to say that because there's no denying. We can say that we will always do the right thing. There's always political pressures. And with, I know some of you on the ballot this fall and some of you on the ballot in the future, the key to moving this community forward is looking at these reforms. And in the long term, I really do think it's going to help all of us. I really believe in Paul Wellstone's quote, "We all do better when we all do better." So even, there's going to be some people that will be upset with trying to change the status quo or reform our system, but I want you to know that as long as we stay the course, or at least we change the course to do the right thing, it will be better, and that I really encourage you to work with us and to stand up, even if the times it's not going to be easy. It won't be easy, but thanks. That's just what I wanted to say.
Thanks, Gabe. Okay, council members, anyone want to comment? Anything?
I'll start. I am on the ballot this fall, Gabe. I first want to say it's not easy to sit up here, but at the same time, it's not easy out there either. Thank you for being here. This is hard work that we will do. I'm confident that if we do it together, that the outcome is going to be much better than if we sit up here and come up with something and say, here's our idea.
All right.
So that's how I'd like to start.
Thank you. Member Swenson or Member Stewart or Staunton?
Let me start by thanking everybody for coming out and for sharing. It's been an amazing 5 days since Friday afternoon when my world was just sailing along like it always does. And I got a text message from my son in college in Wisconsin saying, "Have you seen this?" And I haven't been able to think about anything else since then. I had an experience this weekend. Mary pinch hit for the mayor on Walk with the Mayor, and I decided to go down to Roslyn Park and just be there too in case some folks came down who wanted to talk about all of this. And there was a woman who lives in our community over in the Arden Park neighborhood, an African-American woman, and she was asking me about the whole incident and wanting to understand how the city council works and who's in charge of the police, et cetera, et cetera. And we began to talk about it, and I was telling her that I was trying to find out what happened. And it became clear pretty quickly that she wasn't really all that interested in me digging into what happened before or after or around it. And she said something to me that was really authentic and was really genuine. She said that her father was coming to visit next week. and that she was afraid for him to go out and walk on the streets. And I heard that again tonight. And that's just wrong. That's wrong. That I have not known that experience, and it's because of who I am and where I'm at. But this experience has let me understand that there are people in our community who live in our community, and there are visitors to our community who don't want to visit our community because they feel that way. And I'll apologize for that. And what I'll also say, though, is I've heard a lot of people say that, you know, you hear a lot of talk. I don't want to go on too long because I don't want to just talk about it. We have things we have to do. I will not sit here and tell you that I know what we need to do. I don't know. I'm going to need help from people. I'm going to need help from people like my friend Catherine Bass, who spoke so eloquently earlier tonight, like many of the rest of you in this room, like our communities of faith, like others on the council, like our staff. We want to do the right thing, and we have to figure out how. And this has got to end. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Member Swenson.
I took notes because that's how I do best. So if you ever saw me looking down, it's just I need to take ideas down. And the first thing I wrote that someone said, it was get educated. And it obviously started tonight. The issue of touch was an interesting one. And not to maintain the status quo. So along with that, I started writing down groups that could help us get educated and help us not maintain the status quo. Obviously, we love our city. We're proud of the majority of our police officers. We're proud of our residents that live here. We're not proud when they don't feel safe here. We'd like to change that. I think you'll hear that we're committed to that, and I hope you see that commitment in the days to follow. Thank you.
Member Stewart.
Thank you. I concur with comments of my fellow council members. With respect to the 7 minutes of the video that we all saw, it was disturbing. It was wrong. And I don't think there's any justification. It certainly reflects badly on our city of Edina. I hope it does not represent what we are about here in Edina. But as has been said, we can do better. For my part, I will say to Larnie Thomas, I'm sorry that you were treated the way you were. President Kennedy said, this nation was founded on the principle that all people are created equal, that the rights of every one of us is diminished when the rights of one is threatened. That's certainly true here. We need to ensure that all people, residents, non-residents, whoever's in our city, are treated with respect and dignity, whether or not there's a video on. And I join my fellow council members in saying we will work to make sure that happens no more. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Stewart. So next steps. I think Member Staunton said it well, and I think he speaks for the rest of us. When we're not sure what to do next, but we want to be people of action. Our town has always pushed forward on everything that we try to work on, and push forth quickly. And we know that speed is important here. That we don't hesitate here. That we get something going. So we're going to need some guidance from some people on what to do. And to the extent that any of you have ideas, we've engaged already the NAACP. other organizations that you think could be helpful to us. We have a relationship, I think, with Black Lives Matter from some of the protest times at the Mall of America when they were working at Southdale, and so we need your help and guidance in a way to get us where we want to go, because we want to be a model policing organization and a model city in the entire United States. It can happen here. For Mr. Larney Thomas, when Marcus, I'm sorry I didn't get your last name very well. Thank you. When you said you should give him an apology, I thought that was really an appropriate thing to say, and I thought, I'm going to meet him face to face. Because it's one thing to sit up here, it's another thing to tell him face to face. And so that's my first act. So we get a lot to do. We've heard it tonight. And we're prepared to lead. We lead in a lot of ways, and we're prepared to lead this way too. So this is actually a business meeting tonight, in addition to everything else. So,
can we hear from the chief of police?
Yeah.
I think you should bring him with for an apology as well. You should talk to him one-on-one, and he should go face-to-face and apologize for that.
Yeah. Let us visit with him. I mean, he's got people that he works with. He needs to figure this out, and we'll give us a little bit of breathing space on that, if you would. Yeah, well, I'm not his boss.
7.5 million views. I've been fired.
Listen.
All right. So, to the extent some of you have ideas about what we can do next, we'd love to hear them. By email, writing. We can maybe have somebody meet outside to take down ideas or organizations or the names of people that would want to. I think Mr. Thompson expressed an interest. Some of you spoke so articulately.
Whoa, wait a minute, hold on.
Oh. Now. Yeah. Thought we were.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I have one question. Will Mr. Olson be returning to work tomorrow, or are you going to place him on administrative leave?
I don't have.
Be on administrative leave while this process is happening.
Thank you. In our form of government, the city manager, everybody reports to the city manager. The only person that we have any hiring authority over or any other authority over is the city manager. So the city manager and the chief of police are going to have a conversation about that. We can be, yeah. So that's just the way that. I'm glad you brought that up, because I think it was removed, and it was a mistake to have it in the Friday statement, and I think our staff realized that. It was silly. It was a wrong thing to have in there. It was not relevant.
But I don't think silly is appropriate,
Well,
because it's intentionally put there.
It was an inappropriate thing to have in the report. And I think I agree. That's a more articulate way to say it. Thank you for that. So I think if it's not expunged, I think it will be. I think from subsequent reports, I only knew it to be in that one document, and you said two.
It was the one that was just released. You referred to alcohol in the one that was released today.
Okay, was that Q&A thing? Okay, I'll take a look at that. Thank you. All right. Yeah, we're all just kind of hanging around together, which is that's a good thing too. So, I don't know. Manager Neal, what can we how can we think about next steps and make sure that we communicate next steps appropriately?
Well, I think when we have a set of next steps that have some specific timelines, I heard someone mention timelines tonight, that would be meaningful to folks, and we can produce those and have them on our website and on our other social media outlets so people can see what they are.
And Gabe, you want to come up for a second? I wanted to ask you a question. I'm wondering if you would be willing to serve on, if we put a little task force together of residents and non-residents, if that ends up being a direction that we go for some guidance, would that be something you'd be interested in? Depending. Yeah. I don't want to put you on the spot. Just think about it.
Well, I mean, I can just hope work gets done here, and if not, I'll just challenge you in an election. No, yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Gabe. Catherine Bass. Well, I don't know what.
Demands from the NAACP, and we're talking about action, and there's nothing happening here, and the people who can make it happen are all refusing to say anything. They're right there.
Catherine.
I could make a couple of recommendations.
Thank you.
And one is that I think it's really important to follow the lead of organizations that are led by the people that have these experiences all the time. And so to follow the lead and work closely with the NAACP, the Minneapolis chapter, with Black Lives Minneapolis, they've given some very pointed and specific actions that they'd like us to take as a community. I think it's fine to pull together community members, especially community members that also have these experiences. And we can work through our community channels and networks to identify those folks and have them lead this work for the city. It's great to have your presence. It's great to have your support. But the people who have these experiences all the time need to lead this work. And so I'd be happy to make recommendations, but I think we have a lot of good ideas that we need to take action on and bring concrete. And I do very strongly urge that we identify an urgent timeline and identify staff and budget in order to pursue this work. Those are concrete steps that you can take as council and move this forward.
All right, thank you. Now that's an internal to Edina. It's part of the solution for going forward. I think we also need some external assistance, beyond the community, that will come in and help us, so that we are more effective.
I know that there's quite a few different organizations represented here, and maybe if you're a part of an organization and you're here, you can say what organization you're a part of.
So just to follow up on what Emily just said, what I would recommend is that those who are representative organizations, or members of the public at large who are interested in being a part of whatever task force is formed, would, if it's okay with you, Jennifer, would come and give their name, email address, and phone number, so that there will be a follow-up meeting offline to actually help set a timeline for the city, to make recommendations as far as budget is concerned, and to make sure that this group has some teeth. Because the last thing that we want to do is get locked into courageous conversations with no action. That again, that's the Minnesota nice approach, and we're tired of it. So we are willing to work with you all to do that. So we'll see Jennifer before you leave, if you're interested. Beyond that, I would still ask, I think that it was admirable of Bob Stewart to publicly apologize, which we do appreciate. I also felt that Kevin had a form of apology as well. That's right. Now, the mayor talked about meeting face-to-face with Lorne Thomas. I think that that is vitally important if he is able and willing. He's very upset about what happened. He did not mean to become the face of this.
No.
He's upset that he, was a victim in this situation, that the world knows his name and his face when he you're putting police in jeopardy when you videotape. As opposed to saying this is a terrible incident, it doesn't reflect our city, we want to change. We need to see different messaging coming from the city, and it needs to be in writing. That's a part of the apology that we're asking for, because we demanded an apology on behalf of Larney, but also the community at large. So that's something we would like to see, a written statement that lays out what you heard and some of the next steps that will be taken. And if you do that, we are committed to putting our time in, because this is people's time. Right. Time is money, and we're willing to volunteer, and you all, whoever's from the city, is going to get paid. So recognize that we're putting our time in. We need to see a formal written apology with these steps being taken. But thank you guys for taking the time to hear us tonight. We know that this was a shift from your original meeting.
But we still have the meeting to do.
Exactly. But it's just the point that you opened up the space for us to come in, even though there was fear, worried about police and barricades, which was completely unnecessary. The reality is that you all sat here, you heard from the community. That's the start of the healing process. Absolutely. So thank you for that.
I think that the city should also acknowledge the name is escaping me, but the woman who filmed it, Janet Rolls, and I think that it's really important to acknowledge the service that she did for the city. On notice that he was being videotaped, because everything's different on video.
I wanted to say that we need to thank Dr. Dayton, who has really been out there for our people of color, and we have to get to our legislators. There's no reason why that Restore the Vote, the League of Women Voters supports. There are all these coalitions, we've been over there, and there are a few white legislators that will not bring it up. And they're out, like Cornish out western Minnesota, where they want to open the prison, the Appleton prison. So we really have to get to them. And I wanted to mention Melissa Franson, your senator. She's the vice chair of the Health and Human Services. The legislature did not give enough money for mental health. They talked the talk, but they didn't give any money. You have the power to get to the legislature and force them to really support our schools, support our health, our mental health. And then Paul Rosenthal, he's on the Crime and Safety Committee for Edina. And so give him some pressure. This is what our government is about. And I'm just very proud of the League of Women Voters, because we are out there trying to have, restore the vote and so many other things, civil rights. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, Jennifer Bennerod, our communications director, said that she would, as I understand, you're going to go out to the receptionist desk in the lobby. And then so for anybody that wants to give her contact information, please feel free to do so. And that'll be a good start for us on gathering the kind of information that we need to get started here. So thank you all for coming. I was just thinking we might take a 5-minute break before we start, and I think a lot of us would like to walk down and meet some of you anyway. So
That's what I wanted to say.
5-minute break.
Thank you for your words, Catherine. I don't know if you remember me.
your PowerPoint now. It'll still be a while.
Okay. I've got some new information on this one.
Uh-oh.
We really need to start. Mayor, we're ready now. Come on, Mayor.
All right, we are through the community comment portion of the agenda and on to the consent agenda. Is there anyone on the council wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda? Hearing nothing, is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Special recognitions and presentations. The Minnesota Recreation and Park Department Association Award of Excellence for Braemar Field.
That one is deferred tonight.
Deferred?
We'll reschedule that for a future date.
Okay. Extra Mile Proclamation. I've got two of the same proclamations.
Right, I
here.
didn't bring it down because
Okay.
we are presenting.
All right, so is there a motion to adopt the Extra Mile Day 2016 proclamation?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second on the 2016 proclamation. Discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. And then proclamation for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I have that in front of me. That reads as follows. Whereas the month of October 2016 is Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the United States, jointly with the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. And whereas since 1995, the City of Edina has partnered with Cornerstone Domestic Advocacy Services and has educated the public, policymakers, and court professionals about issues important to domestic violence. And whereas, according to a recent news story, 315 defendants in Minnesota were sentenced for domestic assault in 2013, compared with 44 a decade ago. And whereas since 1930, when the Edina Police Department was formed, there have been 16 homicides in our community, and 15 have involved a domestic or intimate relationship. And whereas each year the Edina Police Department responds to approximately 140 calls, resulting in 40 arrests for domestic assault. And whereas preventing domestic violence before it happens should be the community's goal. And whereas advocating for victims of domestic abuse and breaking the cycle of violence enables them to take back control, living free of violence. And whereas strong public commitment is critical for keeping our community safe and free of domestic violence. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Edina hereby proclaims October 2016 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the City of Edina, and calls upon the people of Edina to observe this month by helping out families, friends, neighbors, co-workers, and leaders better understand the value of domestic violence awareness. Is there a motion to adopt the proclamation?
So moved.
Is there a second? Motion and a second to adopt the proclamation?
Mr. Mayor, I have something I'd like to say.
Member Stewart?
This past summer, my daughter Grace had an unpaid internship with Cornerstone, and it was she would come home and talk about the kinds of issues that she encountered. It was an education and a sad education in many ways to learn about the pervasiveness of domestic violence and the issues surrounding it. It affects every parts of every community, and I just really so appreciate the work that all of you do at Cornerstone, and thank you for that. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. We got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Officer Raffadal, you want to do, I can bring you the
Yeah, I just have a couple words.
proclamation, and if you have a few words, I'll hand you the...
Yes, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Sergeant Kevin Raffadal, Edina Police, and Pam Maldonado from Cornerstone, and Sonia, who is our advocate from Cornerstone for just the City of Edina. My position, I've had the great opportunity to work with them. Cornerstone has a long history with our community, dating back almost a little over 20 years. What we know about domestic violence is it's about power and control. It isn't just about the assault, it's about the power and control that these perpetrators have over their victims. And the victims end up feeling very helpless. But one thing we can't forget about is at 2 o'clock in the morning when someone's taken to jail and there's a victim left behind and trying to pick up the pieces, the two people that are still with them is the police officer and the advocate. And we can call on Cornerstone 24/7. They have shelters, they have opportunities, and sometimes people think once the arrest is made, all the work is done. In a lot of cases for us, that's where it starts. And we've seen great work through Cornerstone, and it's really hard for us to understand without walking in the shoes of a domestic violence victim or a stalking victim how that feels for them. But with their help, we thank them.
Thank you. Welcome.
If I may, Mr.
Yes, you
Mayor,
certainly may.
council members, chief, I just want to take this moment on behalf of Cornerstone to thank you for the support that you've given us, and more specifically the police department here in Edina has given us, that has helped us work toward ending domestic violence, sexual violence, and trafficking. And I also want to add that Grace was a great addition to our work there. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ms. Maldonado.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. All right, we've got some public hearings this evening. Get to that portion of the agenda here. First matter is public hearing on ordinance 2016-14, which is a potential amendment of the floodplain regulations. And Jessica Wilson, welcome.
I'm Jessica Wilson. I'm the Water Resources Coordinator and the Certified Floodplain Manager for the community. And I have for you today proposed updates to the Floodplain District's Overlay Ordinance. FEMA issued updated maps for Hennepin County in May. It was a long process, about 10 years in the making, and it's a two-part process. The first part was updating the data in maps. That part has been finalized. We got a letter in May from FEMA saying that now, in order to maintain our membership with the National Flood Insurance Program, we had to adopt a conforming ordinance. So that's what I have proposed for you today. In 2012, when FEMA submitted their maps, we held a community meeting, and we heard from a lot of residents that were concerned about a few areas, namely 9 Mile Village, Morningside, and Rolling Green. And then with the direction of council, got Bar Engineering to help us submit some appeals to FEMA to make some corrections. All of those appeals were successful, and so we ended up with a better product for the city of Edina. Some changes were made in the ordinance from what we currently have, some proposed changes that I have for you. They include some definitions, other updates just to come into conformance with some state and other federal laws. There are some cases where we are proposing a higher standard and other cases where we are proposing to go with the federal minimum standard for floodplain management. I included a memo that describes the changes between our current ordinance and the proposed changes. If you have any questions on those, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions?
Well, it sounds like we had
Member
a few areas also that we advocated that the numbers weren't right. Rolling Green was one. I think Morningside maybe was another. So I appreciate that work and those changes so that it's accurate, because that certainly affects people's land value and their insurance. Thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Wilson?
I do.
Member Brindle.
And I'm trying to find it here. There are some sections of this sample ordinance. We're looking at the sample ordinance, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there are some sections that reference many Minnesota statutes, and there are some sections that reference things like 36-369, which I think might come from our City of Edina ordinance. Is that possible?
I don't have it right in front of me,
Yeah.
pulled up to the right page, so can you just mention which one that is, or read it off to me and I can...
Yeah, well, I'm trying to find it here. I found it
Otherwise,
today.
I can grab out my copy.
But I can look for that and send it to you. But I'd like, if in fact it refers to Edina zoning code, then I'd like to call it out as that rather than section 36 dash, just to be clear.
Yeah, and if it's an in-text reference, then I believe the one you're talking about would be referencing a code that we already have.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
so the change you would like to see is for it to call
City
it
of
out
Edina
as
or zoning
City of
code.
Edina, okay.
Yeah, because when it references a state statute, it says Minnesota state statute. So it would just be clearer. So just a couple of things. How often is the floodplain map updated? Is there a cyclical time that it's updated?
Good question. FEMA's kind of the driver of that. 1980 was our first map, and then 2004. The most recent map was mostly just to come in and make it a digital map. So we had updated aerial photography, things that would make it a lot easier to interpret. So the initial map update was not going to be to change any data at all. It was just going to be to take that existing shape that was drawn and overlay it on an aerial photograph and digitize it. So the appeal went above and beyond to actually update some data that was, as it turns out, quite old and outdated. So I don't know when the next map update would come. FEMA works nationwide to update maps for communities. So it's really unpredictable. There's no set schedule of when they will return.
Okay. Let's see here. So time is kind of the essence because this has to be adopted right away in order to be filed by the deadline of November 4th,
Yeah,
right?
FEMA gives us a 6-month time window to adopt a conforming ordinance. And with the time that the state provided a model ordinance and getting their approval and meeting with Planning Commission, now we're in October and it has to be approved before November 4th for us to maintain our membership in the
So it needs to be
National Flood
adopted
Insurance Program.
tonight since this is second meeting of October.
Right.
Okay. All right. And just looking at why it needs to be adopted is that people's ability to get insurance and be covered for if they live in a floodplain for flood insurance is it depends on adopting this. So I found that interesting that time is really of the essence. So thank you for your hard work, and I will find the specific spot and let you know.
Sure.
I thought I had written it down, but I did not. Thank you very much.
Other questions for Ms. Wilson?
No, I'll make a motion to, and it will include.
We got a public hearing.
Oh, public hearing, never mind.
A question for you. With respect to some of the properties over in Rolling Green adjoining, I think it's Meadowbrook Golf Course, how does this impact some of them?
So in Meadowbrook in 2004, some data came out saying that the flood elevation was higher than it is modeled for today. In 2007, the entire area was remapped with some updated data that brought that elevation down a little bit. The latest data is pretty close to that. So there's been a little bit of flux in that area as new data and new studies come around. It's fairly similar to the 2007 update. It changes by about 0.2 of a foot in that neighborhood.
Okay. Did that help anybody get out of the floodplain, or is it just a little bit of a...
Off the top of my head, I'm
reduction?
not sure how many properties might have changed, but it did not change by very much in that area at all, as far as that goes. So some of the appeals that were put forth were where FEMA was proposing that a lot of new areas would be added, and we were saying that based on the latest, greatest data, that doesn't seem to be the case. And when that data was submitted to FEMA, they looked at that technical data that supported our position, and those additional areas that would have been erroneously added were removed once again.
Good. All right. I'm going to open this matter up for public testimony. If there's anyone who wishes to come forward and testify at this public hearing, please feel free to come forward. Seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried And then is there a motion to adopt the ordinance 2016-14, including waiver of second reading?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Staunton.
Aye.
Member Stewart.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. Next, we have a public hearing on the certification of delinquent utilities. And Director Ragaman has this matter.
Mayor and members of council, we're here tonight for the annual certification of delinquent utility bills. This is a process we do every year to basically collect the delinquent charges that have accrued throughout the year on our utility bills. So there is a Minnesota state statute that allows cities in this state to certify unpaid utility charges to the county auditor for a collection with taxes the following year. Like many other Minnesota cities, Edina has written the process into our city code as well. So I also have the city code here reference that allows us to do this process. So the process starts by identifying all the utility accounts we have with delinquent balances over $50. We send all of these properties notice letters in September every year. And the notice includes an invitation to attend tonight's public hearing. It also includes all the details about the process. If council adopts the resolution after tonight's public hearing, we'll continue with the process by adding a $30 administrative fee to each account that was included on the roll. Customers will be able to make payments to the city until November 16th. At that point, we send the list to the county auditor for certification of the taxes, and payments can only be made to the county for the delinquent balance at that point. So after tonight, again, we'll attach that final list to the resolution. We'll send it to the county. They'll attach an interest rate of 6.5%. That's in accordance with our city practice and policy, and all the assessments will be payable in 1 year. Just to compare this year's process to previous years, it's very similar. We sent 787 notices in September for about $400,000. That's pretty similar to past years. It's actually trending down a little bit, it seems like. As of today, so some of those people have paid since we sent out the notices in September. So as of today, we have 464 accounts on the list with $291,000. And we won't have a final amount this year until November, but so far it looks very similar to last year. So recommended action tonight is to hold the public hearing, and then after the public hearing, adopt the resolution. I'm available for any questions if you have any.
All right. Questions for Director Ragaman on this matter? Member Swenson.
The highest one, is that a housing?
Good question. Let me grab my list.
The 8,682.
It's an apartment building.
Yes, I think that is a residential property.
Okay. So we don't do water shut off at this point, right?
We can. It's
no, I'm not recommending
you mean
it.
In the weather right now,
yeah,
we can't.
Right.
It's also
okay.
complicated by other issues about, especially in a multifamily setting where you've got
that's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not used to having a multifamily setting at this high in the last 12 years. I think this is the first time. And then are the other two on Washington Avenue businesses?
They would be. It's in a commercial district.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
okay.
They would be.
But we don't have the dry cleaners that we often have on here.
Yeah, that's correct, Councilmember Swenson. The dry cleaners we actually certified earlier in the year. They had a delinquent balance from several years ago that went into a bankruptcy process. They came out of bankruptcy. So we certified that earlier this year to make sure we didn't wait until now to do that one property.
Okay, thank you.
That one is already done.
So is that included or not included in the totals you showed us?
That's not included in today's resolution or list because that was an earlier resolution with an earlier list.
One other quick question. It strikes me a $30 administrative fee is probably well below the actual cost if you do some cost accounting of the additional invoicing and the collection. I'm assuming we set that number years ago. Would you advise us as a council to raise that number at some point later this year?
We can look at that. Typically, we set our fees in December of every year. The city has used the $30 figure for many years, not just for these certifications, but also for a lot of our other annual assessments that we do. I just from talking with other cities, I know there are cities that charge significantly more than that, so we could look at that.
Thank you.
You'll find that opportunity when we adopt what we call our fees and charges resolution, and we have another one by ordinance, so it'll be in there in December.
Other questions for Director Rogovan?
No.
All right. This is a public hearing matter. I'll open it up for public testimony. Anyone wish to come forward? Seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and second to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Carried. Do we have a motion regarding the certification of these delinquent utilities embodied in Resolution 2016-105?
So the Parkland address, they're all for sale? So but we can still certify them, right?
With their delinquent, we can certify.
Okay, and that's what we would want to do? Okay.
If a property does get sold, does it get garnished out of the sale price?
Are you talking about tax forfeiture?
I'm talking about the delinquent utility.
Yeah, but if the property just sold, it's like
Well,
any
no,
other.
there's separate apartments that are on the market right now, not the building itself.
Oh, it's a condo. Oh.
Well, it sounds like a condo because they're selling the apartments.
Are they selling them individually, or are they selling the building?
That's what I thought too.
Yeah, they must be selling the whole building if it's apartments.
It sounds like condos, but they call it an apartment. That sounds like condos, right? It's condos?
We're gonna do a public hearing next meeting to talk about street reconstruction, so I just looked it up. Those are all individual PIDs and condos at that 4100 bed.
Thank you.
But the tax, so how do the individuals pay their water bill themselves if their building isn't? I'm a little confused. Does that, as long as it works fine, I guess I shouldn't worry about it.
It works fine because you're certifying them to individual PIDs.
I'll quit worrying about it then.
Okay.
All right, we still need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Need a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Stewart.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Staunton.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. The other public hearing matter was tabled this evening, so we're going to move on to reports and recommendations portion of the agenda. The first item there is the request for purchase regarding the Fred Richards Park Master Planning Consulting Services Agreement. And Director Cattry has this matter. Director Cattry, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Hovland, members of the council. As Mayor Hovland stated, I have before you tonight a recommendation for the Fred Richards Master Plan process. As you recall, in July of this year, City Manager Neal presented the City Council with 4 different options potentially for the selection of a master plan consultant for Fred Richards. The first was a non-competitive selection. Second was a competitive request for information or request for qualifications. Next was a competitive request for proposals, and final was a design competition. And after discussion and recommendation from staff, the City Council selected the competitive request for proposal process. So after that, what we did was put together a formal request for proposal that was completed in early August. The request for proposal was sent to 20 firms on August 10th with a proposal deadline of September 2nd. On September 2nd, we received 7 proposals from Cohen and Partners, Confluence, Hoisington Kogler, Landform, Laux, SCH, and SGA. With those 7, we decided to interview all of them. As requested by the City Council, we included residents as part of the process. As you see, we had Eileen McCauley from the Park Board, Tom Terwilliger, Art Lowell, and Steve Curry, residents in the Fred Richards neighborhood. Cliff Atkins from Premier Properties, one of the apartments on Park Lawn. Christina Smitten from the Link, and Maria Erickson, a business representative from the Cradle Club adjacent to Fred Richards. And then staff participating in the process were Susan Foss, MJ Lamon, Kelly, and myself. We did put together an evaluation tool to help with the interview process and help with evaluation of our interviewees. And what we did was we put together 6 focus areas, and then we aligned specific questions that we asked with these focus areas to help the people that we're interviewing be very specific in how they were judging and using criteria. The 6 evaluation areas were the qualifications of the team, experience with similar projects, project approach and scope, understanding of the project partnerships and stakeholders, the public engagement, and the proposed timeline and meeting schedule. I have before you the results, and I did break down the results in 2 different ways. On the left-hand side, you will see the results without staff results, and on the right-hand side, you will see the results with staff, with the staff results. And interestingly, the numbers do vary slightly, but the order was exactly the same. So as you can see, the highest rated consulting firm was Confluence. And so I am recommending to you that we utilize Confluence as our Fred Richards Master Plan consultant. We were impressed with Confluence, with the work that we've done with them in the past, but we're especially impressed with the team that they've put together. They have several talented people on their staff. They're proposing to partner with EOR for the wetland and ecological portion of the project, and with Dreambox to assist with the public engagement process. The staff at Confluence have experience on several similar projects. Here is some work that they did with the Maple Grove Central Park. Here is a project that they worked with in Kansas. Here is a project that they completed with the Mississippi National River and Recreation Area. And as you know, they completed the Edina Parks Recreation and Trails Strategic Plan, and also recently completed a South Service Area Master Plan for the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. Confluence is proposing a 6-phase process. The first phase is project initiation. Second, research analysis and inventory. Third, community outreach and participation. Fourth, schematic design. Fifth, the preferred master plan development. And 6 is the final master plan. I wanted to really highlight the fact that in the process, in the interview and in the request for proposal, we significantly highlighted the community engagement portion, and we talked with the interview panel about the importance of that, so we made sure to ask a lot of questions about how that community engagement process would be handled, and Confluence had a very, very strong response to the community engagement, which definitely impressed the interview team. As I mentioned, RSP Dreambox would work on the community engagement and user experience design, and EOR would work on the environmental and water resources portion. The community engagement specifically, they were definitely the most thorough in their proposal, and in the interview with community engagement, they have some very unique things that I'm excited to incorporate in a community engagement process. They want to start with Walk the Park workshops involving key stakeholders and anyone that would want to participate. We'll certainly put together a project website and social media. We'll do stakeholder interviews, a variety of different community workshops. They want to do a design session with key stakeholders that they're calling Parkapalooza. Certainly there will be park board and city council input sessions and presentations. We'll do online and intercept surveys. They want to go into schools and actually meet with classrooms to find out what kids would like at the park. And they want to do pop-up events. So what that would mean is we don't necessarily expect the community members to come to us in a public forum, but we want to go to the farmer's market. We want to go to the grocery store. We want to go to the 50th in France art fair to meet people where they are so they don't have to necessarily come to us to provide that information. So with that, I would like to ask the City Council to approve the selection of Confluence to complete the Fred Richards master planning process.
Good. Questions for Director Catry? Member Staunton.
Director Catry, I understand that you're proposing not to include pros consulting and instead do that portion of the task in-house. Is that right?
Yes, Member Staunton, that is correct. I believe that that is a process that we would be able to do internally that would be a very valuable process actually for staff. Would involve staff in my office, would involve park maintenance, would involve our finance department, and it would involve putting together a similar pro forma that you've seen on other projects that we've recommended.
And I just wanted to follow up on the conversation you and I had today. I expressed my concern that I think on this particular project, the public engagement piece of it is absolutely critical. It's going to be as important as it would be on any project, and perhaps more important given the history of this area. And so I'm trusting I'm putting my confidence in the staff and the interview team that selected this consultant to assist us with that, and trusting that that will be a high priority.
It absolutely will, Member Staunton. I can assure you that it will be a very, very substantial public engagement process.
Thank you.
Other questions for Director Catry? Member Swenson?
Are we current in knowing what, if any, fields needs we do for any program space?
Member Swenson, interestingly, we are a work in progress as the school district is adding a significant amount of artificial turf field space. As of 2 years ago, when we completed the visioning plan, we had an exact number. Certainly one of the first things that we'll do is meet with our key stakeholders. The school district will be a key stakeholder, and all of our athletic associations will be key stakeholders. My gut reaction right now is that we will still be short athletic field space. One area that I know right now that we continue to lose field space, and one of our critical areas is Creek Valley School Park, where those fields continue to sink. And that is a critical field for our soccer club and soccer association. So I believe that, yes, we will find that we are still, even with the addition of fields through the school district, that we will still be short.
Sure, and I know we got a letter from a coach that was concerned with trying to keep fields open. So just so that that is also taken into account in this design, I feel it's important because it is a large space, and sometimes it's hard for us to carve fields out of small spaces. So that would be a priority for me to make sure that any need is included.
Thank you very much, Member Swenson.
Member Stewart, anything?
I got a question.
Member Brindle.
Are the uses of the buildings part of this master plan?
Yes, Member Brindle, they definitely will be.
And programming and
yes,
that kind of stuff?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. I'm excited to get this going. It's been on the list of the folks over at Hillcrest to get an idea of what this park is going to look like. So this is an exciting time. We've said it before, it's a 43-acre park, and it's rare that we get to create something. And so it's an exciting time. It'll be fun to see what information comes back. So if a person wants to participate? How do they let you know that?
Thank you, Member Brindle. We will be reaching out in a variety of different formats. If the City Council approves this contract this evening, the first thing that staff will be doing is sitting down with Confluence to put together a very concrete schedule. And with that, we'll talk about timelines, we'll talk about meetings, and we'll talk specifically about how we intend to reach out to the residents. But we will certainly be using every avenue that we have within the city, the website, everything that we have through our communications department to reach out. We'll certainly be doing some direct mailings. We'll be using our neighborhood associations. So we'll be using every resource that we have.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Very nicely done. I think terrific to have the residents that are local to the park area involved in the process, and I thought the scoring was really interesting. Yeah, quite fascinating. Well, is there a motion to accept the staff recommendation of the selection of Confluence to complete the Fred Richards master planning process?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second on that? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried. And then the next matter in this portion of the agenda is a sketch plan review matter. Director Teague.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, before you is a sketch plan review, which will be presented by Patrick McGlynn and David Carlson. As with all of our sketch plans, you're asked to provide them with some non-binding feedback as to their proposal. This site is located in the Valley View Wooddale area. It's within the small area plan. Area boundaries, with the exception of one single family home. So this proposal would expand that small area plan boundary. And the other item of note is this is suggested in that plan for a 2-story, 24-foot high limit, and the proposal does have some 3-story elements to it. It does meet our density units per acre requirement of that small area plan. It's about 17 units an acre. Well within the 30 unit an acre range in this area. So with that, I will introduce Patrick McGlynn and David Carlson, and they will present their proposal.
Thank you, Director Teague. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Last Thursday evening, we made the sketch plan presentation to the Planning Commission, and what I'd like to do, Director Teague, is this the new one, or I'd like to look at, what I'd like to do is show the old one to show what we did over the last couple of days. Is it possible to do that? I'm sorry. So on Thursday evening, we did our presentation, and Planning Commission had several comments, and we didn't have a lot of time. Our architecture firm, they were gone on Friday, and they got some things done that I can show you tonight. So I wanted to go through what was presented to the Planning Commission, and quickly we'll go through their comments and show you what we did about that. Thank you very much, Director. The main thing that, the main comments that came up, if you look at the setbacks along Kellogg Avenue and Oaklawn Avenue, the comments, they were a little concerned about those tight setbacks, short setbacks, and then secondly, as the director said, the building heights, 3 stories versus 2 stories. In this plan, building number 3 is a 2-story, building number 4 is a 2-story, and then we did that as a transition from the Valley View side into the single-family homes along here. These are the 3-story plans, building number 2 and building number 1. Now if I can switch to the thank you for your help.
So, as I mentioned this afternoon, we got this new plan, and you can see there's a lot more setback involved along the Kellogg Avenue. Got a nice distance here. It about lines up with the single-family home. According to the architects, this is roughly the front of that house relative to Kellogg Avenue. And then on the Oak Lawn site, this is the front of the house that's currently 2 doors down from the Burley Hair Salon site, and we've pretty much lined up with that one as far as the setback. We did that by a couple of adjustments. Building number 3 on Thursday night had a large one unit on the main floor, and there were 2 units on the second floor. When we had 3 units, it required 6 garages. And what we did was we kept the 1 unit on the main level and made a large unit on the second level. Therefore, we could eliminate 2 of the garages here to get this building set back further from the street. Then on the building on Oak Lawn, we did the same with this unit number 4. We eliminated a garage and got that set back about even with this house. And then we moved this building a little bit further to the west, creating these larger setbacks. So we tried to address the comments that were coming from the Planning Commission, and we came up with this design. The buildings themselves, this is on the Kellogg Avenue, this is roughly where the ice cream shop currently is located. We measured the house next door, the existing single-family home, and our roof height is about 3 feet less than that current house. So we modified these plans to go with the gabled roof and a little bit lower than the single-family home next door. This represents the 3-story building on the corner. Those are 3 units, 1 per floor, so it's only a 3-unit building, which is kind of unusual for a condominium, but they're stacked and they're very spacious, and so far the reception has been very good on that design. This is the straight-on view from the street elevation looking east from Kellogg. Again, we're representing the house next door, the existing single-family home, a little bit higher than our roof line on the homes adjacent to it. And in the spirit, we felt, of the small area plan, we went from the 3-story and we put a 2-story in between anything that's existing. There was a problem reading this document. I'm sorry, it's... No, this has the new... Of course, we just plugged that in here. Maybe it didn't get transferred from the architecture firm, which is too bad. Can we set this up here and get overhead on it, please? Thank you. Let's go to that Oak Lawn site. One of the comments was looking from the neighbors, the existing neighbors on the east side of Oak Lawn towards the west. What we attempted to do, I suppose this won't work now, Carrie, with the to highlight. Okay. So what we did was, in the previous drawing, there was this architecture would be right over this corner also, so it's here and here. We cut off the this pergola trellis effect, and then we recessed the 3rd floor back about 5 feet in most areas and up to 6.5 feet over the entryway. So it goes up 2 stories and then it goes back about 5 feet and then back up, and then simplified over in this area with the removal of that trellis.
From the Oak Lawn corner, right?
Yes.
And, was that drawing done before you did the greater setback? It's hard to see.
This is done after the greater setback, and this reflects the greater setback. So we were looking at it from this angle on the previous page. Again, it goes up 2 stories, it sets back about 5 feet, and then simplified this corner. We kept this design, architecturally we thought it was important, driving down Valley View and having a nice presence on that end of the building. The 2-story building that's adjacent to the existing single-family home is 2 units, and then again this building, the roof height is about 27 feet to make the transition from the 3-story to the 2-story to the existing homes. You've had a long night tonight, so I want to keep this presentation short, and we'll answer any questions at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Questions? Seems like just generally, from an observation standpoint, you're continuing to work hard at making this fit into the neighborhood, and it's keeping its design integrity. It's other council comments? Member Staunton?
So, and Carrie, maybe you can chime in on this as well. Maybe if you can go back to the site plan for the 2.
This is the latest site plan with the larger setbacks from the street.
So, so the big, I mean, I like a lot of the things you're doing. The big heartburn I've got is deviating from the small area plan, which calls for 2 stories or 24 feet in this area. I did have a chance to watch the Planning Commission meeting and listen to the Planning Commission in particular, who was very involved, was one of the co-chairs of the small area planning process, and she discussed at pretty extensive length how it wasn't an oversight. There was considerable discussion about that. And so, you know, the focus, I think you've worked really hard to fit the right use and the right style and the right kind of demographic into this area. For me, as we work from here to the, you know, to you coming back with a proposal that's more formal, we have to figure out how to deal with that. I mean, this would be basically the first development out of the gate, or the second one, I suppose. We had the approval of the restaurant. And I'm really reluctant to deviate from the small area plan unless there's a rationale that goes along with that. And so it may mean that between now and then, you and staff and maybe even Commissioner Lee need to drill into what the rationale was for that, and how, you know, if there's some way for you to meet the goals of what was trying to be accomplished there at the same time. That's going to be, you know, for me, that's going to be the focus of my review when it comes back, is satisfying myself for that.
So,
Member Swenson?
he's got an answer.
Oh,
I don't know if you wanted to comment on that.
Mr. McGlynn?
Can I comment on that?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you, Councilman Staunton. One of the things that, if you watched the Planning Commission meeting that we discussed, was in the small area plan, on the existing strip center that's farther to the west, there is a dashed area along the edge of that plan for the zoning that basically points out, let's have these buildings step down as they come next to single-family homes. So in keeping with that spirit, that's why we're trying to stick with a 3-story plan. And the idea would be that we would carry that dashed section around the edge of the current site that we're looking at here, which would be the stepping down to the single-family homes. Because the buildings on the south side of our sites here are 3 and 4 stories tall, that we felt we're keeping with the spirit of what the small area plan is going for, and just continuing on a little bit with what was started to our west.
Member Swenson.
So when it calls about building heights in the small area plan, it says north of Valley View, building heights may be up to 3 stories, not to exceed 36 feet. South of Valley View, 4 stories, not to be 48, and then it talks about graceful transitions. So did that change? Is that the draft that I just opened up and not the final one?
The final draft in regards to height is page A3, the attachments in the
Where
staff
2
memo.
stories hits that one, those 2 buildings, the ice cream shop and Burley's.
Correct. So this site is a solid, it's the solid 2.
One of the things in the highest and best use of the site, the market research we did was based on, I've got a development in St. Louis Park right down on Wooddale, and we've had people come in from Edina, and they will not move from Edina. I'll tell you, they're in love with the city, and I can see why. And the comments were, we don't have anything, new construction, one level living, that meets the needs of our generation and our price point, and that's what drove us to this site and this design. It's unique because there's 4 different buildings rather than 1 building, and that's part of the rationale. Is if it was 1 building, you'd have to be the 2 stories all the way through and not the transition. In this way, we can provide housing for the empty nester, the people that don't want to move out of Edina, but there's not any housing stock that meets their needs at this point. So that was a lot of the driving force of people, citizens of Edina, coming in and requesting it and saying that there was a definite lack of it in this area.
Member Swenson, want to continue
No,
on?
go ahead.
Oh.
And I'll
Member
wait till
Brindle.
Mary goes.
Okay.
All right. I like it. I like it a lot. It's very striking. I think it's going to set a trend on that corner. It's got some clean, very clean lines. Thank you for pushing back the 3rd story. That was one thing that I was going to mention. The condominium building at the corner of 50th and France, that was one thing that made that building work, was that it didn't loom tall at the corner. The pillars at the front of the tall building, I lived with that, looked at that for a few days, just kind of left it on my desk, kind of looking at it, feeling what that might feel like. But the change of color, change of material, and setting that back, I think does a nice job of giving relief. The 3 stories. Is 3 stories necessary to make the building work financially, to make the project work financially? Is that why 3 stories?
That is correct. If we didn't have that square foot, everything's based on square footage, what you can sell it for. Cost is very high today, and the land cost is high, and this would not work with the 2 stories.
It's kind of where I ended up with it. I heard from a couple of residents who like this very much, and they suspected that the 3rd story was something that was necessary to make it viable financially. So, so from that standpoint, while I'd love this to comply with the small area plan, maybe this is what we have to do to get something of high quality that is going to work financially and really be what that corner It's going to be just a landmark, hallmark corner. Let's see here. Okay, so we talked about floodplains earlier, and Lake Nancy is right there. Is this a floodplain area that we need to be concerned about? Nope, okay, good, thank you. Okay, looking at sidewalk grade, and there are some, there are some parts that dip down a little bit. So the front door entrance, is it at grade with sidewalk, or how is that working?
It'll be just above the sidewalk grade. It's not going to be going down.
Okay, so there would be a step up?
Right.
From the sidewalk to the threshold?
Right.
Okay, all right, great. Let's see here. Okay, sidewalk. We have a sidewalk connection to the southeast, I believe, going toward Southdale. And is the plan to connect this up?
Would that be at 62nd and Oakland, this area right here? Because someone has
Yes.
mentioned about eliminating this access right here, expanding the green space.
I heard you talk about that. Would you use the mic, please, also? Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it would be right in this area, this sidewalk. If we would like to do it, I think it would make a nice addition, is to create extra green space here, and then Oak Lawn would just continue to 62nd this way.
Is that in the plan, Chad?
It was in the small area plan.
That's in the small area plan? Is that something that would be done in the short term with this project, Chad? Putting you on the spot here.
Yeah, just a little. Yeah, I think it was a concept in the small area plan.
Okay.
I mean, to get rid of the access to 62nd Street, that's a state aid route. That's got some pretty high traffic volumes, and that connection is warranted. I think if there's anything that you could do would be create a cul-de-sac for Oak Lawn, potentially. I mean, there's also the next street over has access to Valley View too, Brookview. So there's opportunities there, but I don't think it's something that could be done in the timing if they come for an application within the next few months. This would have to be a planning effort with the neighbors and access and traffic.
All right, what would
Studies.
it take to put a crosswalk here?
That would be
It's totally outside of the sketch plan review. I just started thinking about the sidewalk, so.
Yeah, it's basically there today. I just don't think it's a marked crosswalk, so it's a matter of marking it properly for
Okay.
today's standards.
All right, let me see if I have anything else on here. Green space, stormwater types of things that we can get into that later, but I always look for stormwater. Bicycle, you have access for bicycles, storage for bicycles in the buildings? Because
Yes,
there's
we would.
there's transit right there.
Right.
So there is?
Yes.
Okay. So they don't have to carry them into their condos. Is there storage in the garage?
Yes.
Great.
There'll be no
The-
bikes up on the balconies.
Yeah, exactly. In the Planning Commission, it was mentioned that there are a lot of one-story, one-and-a-half-story homes in the adjacent neighborhood, and there are. But the adjacent neighborhood is going through a lot of change, so there's a real variety in the adjacent neighborhood. So having some variety here as well, I love the fact that the entire development isn't all identical.
Right.
I like the gable next to the taller building with the pillars and making it, and just giving it some nice variety. And then, all right. The only last thing is that if there's an opportunity at some of these green corners, to, especially that corner at 62nd and Oak Lawn, to introduce a bench, some public art or something like that.
If you look at the slide we have pulled up right here, That is what we've so far earmarked as, we're going to call it a pocket park. It's going to be something that we're going to ask the neighborhood community to have input into as to what that might be. Maybe it's a piece of art that gets changed out annually by some local artist. Maybe it's a drinking fountain or a history of the neighborhood, something like that. But we do have that on the corner right now of Valley View and Oak Lawn.
Great.
And that we could move that anywhere in the site as you guys might see fit.
Great. One thing I noticed in the city of Eden Prairie and probably the county, if it's a county road along Shady Oak Road, between about 212 and Crosstown, Shady Oak Road was expanded significantly to handle the traffic from Optum. There is a bench at every corner. There's a bench at every corner along there, and it just really softens what otherwise is a straight thoroughfare. And so it goes a long way. And so having something like that trellis pergola look with a bench and something there really does, it softens it, makes it feel nice and welcoming. So thank you. I like what I see.
Thank you.
Member Stewart.
Just a couple quick questions. How tall are the buildings that are on the south side of Valley View Road there?
3 and 4 stories.
That's what I thought. So, but they're kind of at a lower elevation to begin with, are they not? So is your 3-story set of buildings higher than them, lower than them? What?
We have not measured those buildings, but as doing a drive-by, those buildings are about a story below the road grade, it looks like.
Right.
So our roof lines will roughly
be
equal to those.
Thank you. Would each of these buildings have an elevator?
Yes, they will.
Okay. And so I'll mention something that usually Member Brindle mentions. Especially with the flat roof buildings, the HVAC and the elevator shaft boxes, those will be screened somehow, or are they going to be ugly and visible?
They'll be on top of the buildings, but they'll be finished just like the outside of the building. They'll have a parapet cap on it. It'll have the nice siding on it. It won't just be a metal elevator overrun that you're going to see. And the HVAC and all that stuff will not be on the roof there.
All right, thank you. And then, is there any risk that those who choose to race through the neighborhood might go down the driveway next to building number 4 and out through number 2, rather than going all the way to the end of Oak Lawn and then turning right onto Valley View? If they were coming south on Oak Lawn, that's a new throughway on the new change, and I'm.
Is this the one you're talking about?
Yep.
So that is not that does not go through?
Oh, it doesn't?
It does not. So right now, this site is currently about 8 feet above this site here.
Okay.
So the end of this will be a fence.
And a different elevation?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I did not understand that. So just briefly, my comments. I like what you're doing. I think you've done a good job trying to fit into the neighborhood. I will also be listening to the answer to the question Member Staunton asked. But on the whole, I think I appreciate what you're doing and how you're really trying to fit in, and how you're working hard to build something that's really good for that corner. And candidly, I think all of the buildings that you'd be replacing are in need of replacement. So thank you for that.
Gentlemen, I made some comments earlier, but just a clarification now. I've had some, I think we've had at least one email about some concerns people had about losing light. So on building 4, when I look at the site plan, that house to the north, first house to the north, what's the separation distance there, and how does the height of the building 4 compare to the ridge line of the house to the north? Or is that the one that you showed us?
I showed you this one.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
This one, from my memory, is like either a 1-story or 1.5 stories. story and a half. And the distance from this driveway, this is about 12 feet. And I'm going to guess that probably another 15 feet, so 25 feet away from that. And
So that building that we have drawn there is 27 feet. If we were building a single-family home there, it would be permitted to 30 feet. So it'll be less than what would be allowed
Less
if
than
it
what
was a
would
single-family
otherwise be
home.
allowed under the code.
Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. And then you had the shadow line for the other one in, I think, on the Kellogg Avenue side. Those are the only two adjoining residential properties that we're dealing with here, is that correct?
that's correct. And this one is, as I mentioned earlier, is 3 feet below the roof line of this one.
Mm-hmm. You can see that in your
Yes.
profile study. All right. Well, I continue to like, as Member Stewart said, the way you've improved this part of the neighborhood. I know there's some potential business loss there, but I think this, having condominiums here, nice quality condominiums, and with all the other things going on in that neighborhood, it's a very nice concept. So I appreciate what you've done to minimize the impact on the adjoining single-family homes. I want to take a look at that small area plan. I know Member Staunton has some concerns about that. But all in all, I laud you guys for continuing to make improvements on this potential project. So I don't have anything else to add. I do like all the green space I'm seeing. I would just add that as an additional comment. So,
thank you.
Mayor,
Yes. Member Swenson.
you have done two changes that I like. The most current one is trying to match the setbacks of the houses if you're going to be facing those roads. I do appreciate that. I also appreciate the fact that you have a standard height house next to the other houses, so you are creating your own kind of reverse podium from the street. That gives me more comfort with 3 stories along there, and especially since we have 4 stories across the road.
I have probably a non-sketch plan question, and that is, Papagallo is currently in that building, and the neighborhood ice cream shop is there, and Burley's is there. Do you know, is there a relocation plan for those businesses? Do you have any idea where they're going to go? And a dry cleaner.
We really can't speak on their behalf, but we are talking to them, but I don't have any plans I can tell you that I know about them right now.
Oh, okay. But if they wanted to stay in the area, for example, I was hoping that they could, because that area kind of defines
Right.
them.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
thank you. I think that's it. Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks for your patience this evening.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you guys for your patience.
All right, we're going to move on to the next portion of the agenda, and that is the Planning Commission 2018 Comprehensive Plan Update, the charter itself, and Director Teague has this matter.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. As you know, the Planning Commission is gearing up for their big task over the next couple of years, the 2018 Comprehensive Plan. Before you is their proposal for their charter. So the Planning Commission would serve as the Comprehensive Plan Task Force. Each commission member would be assigned another commission where they would bring issues up through that commission, through that one commissioner, to involve all the commissions, boards and commissions of the city. In addition, the big element of the land use chapter, the main chapter for the Planning Commission, is to complete those small area plans, the 70th in Cahill, 44th in France, 50th in France, and then complete Grandview and Southdale. There would also be task forces within each of those small areas that would be made up of residents and some of the business owners, similar to what we did with Valley View Wooddale. So there would be some additional opportunity for residents to participate that way. We are hoping to go out for an RFP in November the planning commission would hold the interviews along with staff, hold those interviews sometime in December, and hopefully get a consultant on board by the first of the year. So that's kind of our big picture plan here. So with that, the planning commission is asking that you approve their charter, and then we would get started.
Questions for Director Teague?
I do.
Member Brindle?
When the comprehensive plan was updated last time, the housing succession plan was not included. How does a body of work like that get included in the comprehensive plan?
There is a housing chapter within the comprehensive plan. If there was a separate study like that, it could be attached.
Well, like the Edina bike plan made it into the
That was included,
comp
yep.
plan, and the housing succession plan didn't.
Correct.
And so with our commitment to affordable housing, that is the work that was done in that housing succession plan. So I'd like to see us do what we can to take a look at that plan and get it in as part of the comp plan. As far as the task force, do you have any idea what the makeup of the task force is, and how residents are going to be involved?
So the task force would be the planning commission, and residents would be involved through those small area plans that I mentioned. So there would be one for 70th and Cahill, 50th in France, 44th in France. Within each of those areas, we're expecting to set up a work group or a task force that would be made up of residents and business owners within those areas, similar to what we did at the Valley View Wooddale, the small area plan we just referred to. That proved to be pretty successful. We had 6 or 7 members of that work group that assisted the planning commission. So that's how we're envisioning.
Right, but if I look at, if I remember correctly, the comp plan update last time, the planning commission invited residents to come in and work with them on the update. Did they not? Kevin, am I remembering that incorrectly? Didn't you have sessions with residents?
Yeah, there were quadrant meetings, but they were sequentially, they followed the creation of a draft of the document. And I think, at least my own perspective is that you want to do it the other way around. You want to engage before you're creating a draft. And last time, I think we had, the task force was a subset of the planning commission. It worked with the consultant. Frankly, the consultant drafted created the first draft, and then the task force worked with them to work through that, and then went out to the public. And I think that's probably, I assume there's a plan to do that in reverse order this time, to be engaging members of the community first before creating a draft, and using the consultant to help you as you need, rather than them leading the process.
That is how we're anticipating, and again, it's going to be a little more area focused rather than a community-wide. We will have some public outreach on the community-wide, the plan as a whole, but we will focus on those small areas.
We did one thing though. At the beginning of it, there was the event where we were all taken through the task of whoever was there of deciding where more housing would go. And we were all broken up into groups, and you had to pick parts of the city that we thought more housing would go to.
Oh, okay.
And so there was kind of, at the beginning, when we were looking at because we were doing a more overall comp plan. To me, when I read this, we're taking the structure that we currently have, and we're finishing our small area plans, and we're inserting in the Southdale study groups work, which I think is all great, and living streets and whatever else we have. But to me, I don't feel, and nor do I feel a need that the whole thing be. We literally looked at every piece of it last time, and it was way more in-depth. I do understand what Kevin is saying about what you want first for public involvement, but I do remember a kickoff meeting that I attended that was trying to work on where more housing would go, and because I remember being so intrigued with the fact that everyone picked the same spots. And there were all different work groups working at once. So.
Yeah, we did, it was a complete rewrite the last go around.
Yeah.
We are seeing this as more of an update.
Member Stewart.
Thank you. Director Teague, I appreciated in your prefatory comments, you indicated that there would be lots of opportunity for public engagement and input. I think that's really important. We did have correspondence from one citizen who suggested that we expand the task force to include just some people from the community. We've got to find a balance, and so I don't want to direct you on how to find the balance, but there needs to be a balance between a task force that is compact enough you can actually get stuff done, and one that includes representatives of every single constituency you can dream of. So you've got to find the right balance. I think the proposal you've done attempts to do that. I like the fact that you were talking about also these small area plans that need to be done and would have some opportunity for engagement from people. I'm concerned, I don't want this, if the small area plans take a longer time, I don't want them to hold up the comp plan because it's on a timetable. So I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that if things aren't ready, they aren't ready. And then, but as Member Staunton suggested, I think it's important to have input from people and invite broad input from people before things are too baked in. So.
Manager Neal?
Just the only thing I would add to this is that this is a complex process to begin with. Making it more complex is really not the direction to go in. Making it more comprehensive is not necessarily making it more complex. But having the group, not larger than the Planning Commission. Agreed. Really is. Yeah. I would advise you is about as big as it should be. That group, though, can act as an outreach group to touch a lot of different points in the community pretty effectively.
Dr. Teague, on the same topic, then, with respect to the small area plans, would it be the intention then to gather task force members for a small area plan study from the immediate neighborhood? Because we've defined where we would do that work, but we've had, as Member Stewart said, people from the part of the community that might not be subject to a small area plan still would like to participate in some form or fashion. How does the broader community get to participate if we use the Planning Commission as the main task force?
Yeah, we will have a number of outreach and public meetings similar to what we did last time. I would say that we probably had more public engagement the last go around than any city in the Twin Cities. Mm-hmm. And our goal is we will do that again. It could be, quadrant by quadrant, citywide. We did a number of those. So it'll probably be a combination. There will be a whole series of opportunities for the public to participate.
Member Staunton, I wanted to ask you, having participated last time at the Planning Commission level, do you think this is a good working model? Are you comfortable with it?
Well, I think there's a lot of different ways to do it. I'm reluctant to try to design it for the Planning Commission. I think they've gone through a lot of work to get to this place, but I am, one of the questions I had was under the Charter on member responsibilities, there's a number of bullet points, but it seems to me flexible enough to not be mapping out what's happening when and how many precisely of each meeting there might be. And even though the calendar seems to show kind of a bar chart of when we'll finish, I think the trick is going to be the integration. How do, if you're doing these, we've talked with every single commission this year when we've met with them about not having silos in the comprehensive plan. And so how do we get all of these chapters to interact with each other? I do think there's some advantage to this hub and spoke process with the Planning Commission leading it, that they can kind of integrate that together and see where they're related to one another. But we've talked a lot about small area plans and the land use chapter, but we have a housing chapter, we have a transportation chapter, we have an environment chapter. Who knows? We may have a race equity chapter. We should be figuring out all the things that we should be looking at, and then having enough time at the end to try to weave them together so that they're all part of one strategic package.
Good. Thank you for that comment. Anyone have anything else?
Yes.
Member Brindle.
At the very end of the charter, it says project timeline, the comprehensive plan update submitted to the Metropolitan Council for review by December 31st, 2016.
Yeah, that should say 2018.
Okay, all right. I looked at that and I thought, I'm sure that's the wrong date.
That
So, all right.
We'd be in trouble if that was the real.
I think so.
Couldn't get it done.
All right. Any other questions for Director Teague? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the Planning Commission 2018 Comprehensive Plan Update Charter. Member Staunton?
I did have one other question. I noticed in the, I guess we're approving the charter, but we're not approving the draft RFP. I did have a concern that just on the timing of the draft RFP, it's calling for that to come in front of the council at our first meeting in January. Yep. And I know we'll have at least one new member who then will be asked to look at this right in the first meeting when they're getting sworn in. And I wonder if it wouldn't hurt to bump that back a little bit to give the new council a chance to digest it.
Or it's something we could work on in December.
Or move it up.
Yep.
But
I mean, even with the new member, we'll know who that person is. We could
that's true.
Do some homework with them if you'd like.
I think,
don't know what
yeah,
the timeline is.
You don't want to wait too long because we're all needing to update our comp plan, so there are a number of cities that will be looking for help. So we're going to want the best possible responses to the RFP. I don't know if that means that you necessarily want to delay it.
I just still remember that first meeting, and I'm not sure. So I don't know whether it's before or after. Maybe it's even one meeting difference. I mean, it just might be.
Mary's first meeting, she got road reconstruction.
Yeah, exactly. And she got comp plan, as I recall.
Yeah,
correctly.
and I got comp plan.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it just, it sounds like we're not voting on it, but I just think we should be thinking about that as you map out that precise schedule. I know when you map these out, you're targeting certain dates, but especially with the holidays and everything, I'm sure there's going to be some challenges, and I would just put that into the mix as you're thinking.
Yeah, the challenges of scheduling the interviews and getting the commission together, it's probably going to be after the first of the year, maybe even into February, worst case.
All right, good. We still need a motion.
So moved.
And a second. We got a motion and a second.
I'll be the second.
Motion is second to approve the Planning Commission Charter for the 2018 Comprehensive Plan work. Action by voice vote. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Resolution 2016-99, accepting various donations. Do we have a motion on that one?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor of adopting the resolution accepting donations on behalf of the city of Edina, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried.
Aviation noise?
Yeah, we've got a couple of nice donations. The donors' names will be posted on the website. And moving on to the next portion of the agenda, correspondence and petitions. I take it we have everything that's come in on the dais this evening?
We do, yep.
All right. Aviation noise update.
I have none to report.
Member Brindle, I'm assuming the same?
Yeah.
All right. Manager Neal?
The same.
All right. Council comments, Member Stewart?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I went to the 60th anniversary of Southdale. That was nice. The mayor gave some nice comments. But it's late. I'm going to end my comments. That's it.
Thank you. Member Brindle?
I just have one, and then I have another that I'll hold on. But town hall meeting November 12th, we're going to reschedule that?
That's a question. That's a
Are we
question for the
going to
council.
reschedule that? As I recall, at least one of us couldn't do it on November 12th.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
We'll reschedule.
All right. I had a request tonight to do the town hall here in the council chambers so that folks at home could watch. So,
The original purpose of the town hall was to get you out of the council chambers and put you somewhere in a less formal atmosphere. If we do it here, it's just another council meeting, really.
well, then.
And that's okay if that's what the council wants to do.
The question was really, can it be broadcast so people can watch it?
Not very effectively. We don't have really the audio-video capacity to take you out on the road and equip you to produce the same quality of presentation that you do in these chambers. Maybe the town hall format, like we've been doing it, isn't as effective. I just wanted to remind you of the original purpose of it for
Right.
those
The first
time
one we
periods.
did was in here. And then we took it out
Yeah.
after hearing that people really, they didn't speak because they didn't want to be on camera and all of that. It's too formal, and that's what really got us out of here. But the thought that people would want to watch when they're at home, it is a comment I heard this evening.
Member Swenson?
I have one question. I got a call from a resident, a neighbor dog bit another neighbor's dog, wanted to know what I was gonna do about it. They filed a police report. I know we have a couple of charges and you're out kind of deal with dogs. How does that work exactly? No? Rogers? Neil?
Chief?
Somebody? Wayne Dvorak called. His neighbor's dog got out and bit another neighbor's dog. So he's very concerned that the dog might hurt his children, and he wants to know what we're gonna do, and they called the police, and basically the police said there wasn't anything they could do. Now, I'm not sure, one, if that's true or not, but what is our policy with dogs biting other dogs? Is it, if a neighbor their dog gets attacked, that's between the two neighbors and their insurance companies, I assume?
Yes, I mean, it does fall under city code also as a violation that we'd cite for. I don't know
Yeah.
if Tim Hunter
Okay.
followed up on that or not, I could check.
Will you ask him?
Sure.
Thanks. Wayne Dvorak is the resident who called me. I can give you his contact information. I think, oh, you do, okay. Thanks. That's all I have.
Member Staunton?
Nothing.
All right, just a couple quick things for me. I met with there's a group of former Kiwanians that still get together, like each other's company, meet over at Good Sam. So I went over and met with them this morning, had a nice conversation. They're also doing this weekend, I think it maybe is part of a series they're doing over at Good Sam on racial equity, and they've got somebody coming to speak to them. I think it might have been a professor. I didn't get the name, and then went to the Beacon Ending Homelessness luncheon on the 11th. That was a big luncheon down at the convention center. Well attended. All right, Manager Neal.
I have none to report tonight.
Okay. We've got a little bit of HRA work to do, so hearing nothing further, we'll adjourn the council meeting. And then let's call to order the meeting of the HRA. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Brindle.
Here.
Commissioner Staunton.
Here.
Commissioner Stewart.
Here.
Commissioner Swenson.
Here.
Chair Hovland.
Here. We've got a form of meeting agenda. Is there a motion to approve the meeting agenda?
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to approve the form of meeting agenda. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. The consent agenda. There are 3 items on the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt a consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second to adopt a consent agenda. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. No other work for the HRA. We will stand adjourned.
All right.